Medbay is on the other side, and now they know he's on the roof.
Okay, so at least they have someone watching, which is going to be so important.
One,
We've also got
two.
a TBS, though. It's a TBS. Don't do this. Oh, guys, we were talking about this. Oh, my God.
3. He finds all of them, and Medbay is on the other side.
계속해서 던져주는 것도 좋아요.
네,
저
시와
받았어요.
빅터리.
받았어요. 받았어요. 자, 히카리.
발 앞에서 빅그 자체.
한 번 더. 자, 김동환이.
바로.
자, 좋아요. 좋아요. 넥스.
자, 끊어서.
자,
액션.
수류탄 두 개. 수류탄 두 개.
아직까지 남았거든요.
언더스로. 언더스로로. 잡아주고.
내고. 저 살리 움직임인데 여기 엑생 선수가
자, 살리는
어떻게
거보다. 그렇죠.
기가 막힙니다.
Big problem now for Northern Lights. They were in a position where they might have been able to gatekeep Ents, I think it was there. But really, it's BBL and Entropic.
Are they gonna deny?
I think they might have to. I think they're denying and maybe pooling meds to see how long they can survive, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, there's still 25 alive. In fact, they're not giving this away. I mean, it's a 30-game tournament. You know how much those want.
3个人就打完以后还有3个人通过。
哎，这车子还翻这样了，
啊！
好险！
哎呦，
大卫生引路给了 Pero， 被 Pero 和司机夹在中间，旁边还有一个 Genji。兄弟们，谁有雷？往那个点丢。
5 seconds, that's for sure. A couple of gunshots.
Stuff wraps up.
They start shooting before they see Thunderlost.
Oh, the
That's big.
timing!
That is huge.
Absolutely massive. Gustav did not trap all the way around, and sometimes when you flank, you get outflanked, and Dendalos did exactly what he had to there. Unfortunately for him, faced it, managed to do damage. If they're lucky, then Entropic is going to engage and Team Rage from behind as well. Let's see now, Dempsey, the impossible transition. Does he get to cross the road or not?
The impossible transition. Does he get to cross the road?
Or not? My money's on no with that nade. When they make the molly coming in as well. It's looking ever that much harder. Half the server is shooting at Dempsey. Now he's in the molly too. Blue is going to tank him up as well. Not going to have it. Down he goes.
打下去，开始丢雷了，一颗没有效果，第2颗、第3颗都没有。天霸也有烟雾弹呀，也在混得越来越近了。哇！骄阳
2打1打1，
唯一一个。
我天哪！
哇！前面2打1。
1了，这1了，是不是熬出他兄弟们？
哎，但是不要着急，已经来了，想野。
打一个下来，有掩体，不着急。往后走
丢雷了，漂亮的补枪，
对，
还在顶着。小鹿的侧身马上就位，对手再扶人，一颗雷直接塞脚下。
来了，这个雷有没有炸到？
Donuts, that's kind of a different situation. Your Rex is getting punched down.
Oh no.
They're trying to get guns here. And Ming Ming is trying to just chase him down. So got the double.
Double barrel lands both shots.
Oh my god, but Zibian has the Tommy on the outside now. They're gonna finish it off.
New Happy is immediately eliminated.
Yeah, you can see there are other members of Tianba trying to set up in rotation paths, but
yeah,
you got to be careful as a 1v4.
Right. Three guns in a DOS.
Got one.
He gets corn.
Good timing. Oh, they get another. He gets 2 out of that 3. Ming, if that bounces outside, it doesn't. Thought maybe that might get through the door. Mill's gonna look around the corner. They know that they've got, they know somebody's in there, but they definitely sense that they forced at least one player outside.
Oh.
Tom's going to push around the corner. That's one.
Oh,
Holds it down and gets all three. They barely escaped that because it was double grenades, but around the corner, Little Ghost is ready with the fire. Can they get another one? Yes, he can. Look at the way he works that corner.
Fantastic shooting out of Ghibli is, you see Gomp struggling to stay alive right now. He will pop the kit, but it's just a matter of time. Little Ghost is hunting him. King over there in the corner. Oh, he gets caught there by Long Skirt. Could be 1v2 right now. 1v1. Renba, he's taking damage though. Oh, this is so close right now. Volibear trying to pre-fire just a little bit on the peaks. Can't believe he didn't get taken out there. My goodness.
How did he get away with that? He has 4 HP. The Volibear knows he lit him up. And he, oh, did he win that?
I think Shenji got that one.
What? How did he win that?
I know what you really want. Turn it up and do it die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do it die. Everything is on the line. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do it die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero.
Born ready.
이번 PWS는 좀 저희 팀에 적수가 없었다고 생각하고 이번 PCS6 때 중국 팀을 짓밟고 트로피를 꼭 가져오도록 하겠습니다.
对于本次 PCS6，我们的目标还是只有一个，那就是冠军。如果拿下这个 PCS6的冠军的话，可能对于我们队伍的队史荣誉的话，就是一个大满贯的一个荣誉。
지금 PCS, PVC를 싹 다 중국한테 뺏기고 모두가 이제 약간 승부욕에 불타오르고 있어서 PCS6만큼은 다나와가 가져오도록 하겠습니다.
PCS4 和 PCS5的冠军都拿了，PCS6也不差这一个了吧？如果遇到他们了，小心被我们一波带走。
PCL 是亚洲最强的赛区，韩国赛区的兄弟们，你们能不能拿一个冠军啊？
중국 팀들이 잘한다기보단 그냥 NH 팀만 잘한다고 생각해서 다른 팀들은 별로 잘한다고 생각하지 않아요. UFP 내가 잡으러 갈게.
多分今まで出た日本チームの中で一番フィジカルが強いし、日本チームへのリスペクトってあんまりないと思うんですけど、バカにしてると痛い目に遭います。
这是 PCS6中没有意料之外的队伍，感觉大家都挺强的。然后这一次 PCS6我们也会全力以赴。
마청을 해본 적은 없어가지고 이 리더에 대한 책임감 그리고 부담감이 상당하다는 걸 많이 느꼈습니다. 뉴 젠지 기대 많이 해주세요.
PCS6是一个很大的舞台，我们 GS 感到非常兴奋。无论是任何对手遇到我们都无所畏惧。放马过来吧，我们赛场上见。
希望他们努力吧，争取把亚军拿下。
UFP 너네들 언해피하게 만들어줄게 우리가.
Welcome everybody, it's PCS6 Asia. We are on day number 5, so only two more days to go. And then we are all done with this event already. It's gone by fast. I'm paper thin. That's State. And so far, State, you know, look, it's been kind of what we expected. It's been China heavy. Yesterday saw the rise of infantry. It saw the resurgence of our PCS 4 and 5 winners, Petrichor Road. So now everybody else is looking in the rearview mirror to these really star-studded Chinese teams.
Yeah, man, it feels like Korea doesn't really stand a chance right now. Gen.G, they were off to a great start in week 1. They won 2 of the first 3 maps to begin day 1, and now they're kind of struggling. It seems like they can't really find their footing in the top 8. Besides Gen.G, we only have the Kwangdong Freaks. It's 6 Chinese teams, 2 Korean teams, and I mean, the pre-roll video, all the Korean teams are talking about how they want to beat China. They want to bring Korea its first PCS championship. I don't know if that's going to happen this time.
It's going to take something special from either the Freaks or Gen.G. They're the only ones who have a chance. Let's just be honest about it. That's it. That's all there is to it. All right, so today, like we said, the second to last day, Asia and Europe. Europe comes after us, so make sure you stay tuned for them. And then tomorrow is the last day. 5 games to decide who's going to win. I think it's going to be close. At top of the leaderboard. Now, that being said, you know, as much as we're kind of looking for the Korean teams to rise, there's a really tight race at the top of this amongst the Chinese teams to potentially win this. So, yeah, there's still a lot of teams. There's still a lot of ways this can shake out. 10 games. to me, you could put up 100 points in 10 games, and you are actually going to completely flip the script of where you're at in the leaderboard.
Oh, for sure. And we have a lot of teams that are going to do that because we have $250,000 on the line, 230K going to the top 16 teams. And then, of course, we have the special prizes for the kill leader, Sane Squad All PCS team. And if you want to contribute to the prize pool, 30% of all sales for PCS6 items in-game will go directly to the players. So, support your favorite esport, support your favorite teams.
Yes. Pick'em challenges over though.
Yeah.
Just mention that, you know, but still, you can get those sweet skins, and that's what really matters. That's all that matters. You know, you gotta look good while doing it. All right, well, yeah, Tyloo is still 20 points ahead, winning in every category here. You know, points in terms of positioning and points in terms of kills. So they're the best team right now. Yesterday was a slow day for them. Let's see if they can bounce back.
Yeah, I think you said before we went live they had like, what, two games that were
0 points,
0
I
points?
think. Yeah, I think yesterday 2 0-point games.
Yeah, they had a fantastic week 1, a little bit of a slow start here in week 2, but I mean, we do have 10 matches left to play, and a 20-point lead is not bad, but gotta say, man, Tiamba Esports, Jufu, and Pero, all within striking distance here.
Oh, I mean, like, what we saw from Infantry and Pero yesterday, like, should scare everybody right now because they played with a ton of confidence, especially Petrichor Road.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely going bananas. I mean, it just felt like early in that first game when Akesleft got that Groza, I was like, oh, this is like a sign of things to come. And it was. I mean, that first game didn't go super great for Petrichor Road, but they never took their foot off the gas pedal. That's what it's going to take here to win this event. You got to start fragging. Like, if you're going to win this event, you got to start looking for those third parties. You got to start putting yourself in positions to get points, not necessarily to win. We're not in the chicken dinner format anymore. We are back in the super point format. You need to put yourself in position to get points.
Yep, and Pero on Miramar, you see it right there. 8.3 kills a game is pretty nuts, man. That's a lot of points that they're racking up. And Jufu as well, in kind of their international debut, putting up really great numbers. Not maybe the best survival time, but getting a lot of points, and that's where, I mean, that's where the money's gonna go, right? It's all up to those kills. Like, placement points are nice, but generally these tournaments in the super format, they're won by kills. They're won by aggressive play, decisive decision-making, and Petrichor Road, they had that in spades yesterday. They had some fantastic takes on coveted positions in the late game. They did not back down from fights, and Akesleft just absolutely popping off. Fantastic play from him, like you said with the Groza, just racking up the kills.
Yeah, Ming almost winning out this 1v4 against Tianba. Just so close, so narrowly, not able to pull it through. Lin Shun at the end gonna get it, and you know, we're gonna watch a little bit of it here, but Ming has, you know, he's in a really awkward position here, but he's able to isolate one. But he's already half health, and you know, Lin Shun is ready for him around the corner. He's doing a good job trying to pre-fire it as best he can. But at the end of the day, you know, still very, very good games for Petrichor Road.
Yeah, but I mean, in that game in particular, Petrichor Road, they kind of, I will say that they kind of botched the defense on that compound. They had nobody positioned at the north side, and that allowed Tiamba to roll in and make what shouldn't have been a close fight a very close one, and they still almost clutched it out there. I mean, that's great performance. That's great crisis management. Even when things don't go your way, Pero was showing up, and we have also seen Jufu take some great fights. They really bullied V7 yesterday.
They absolutely wrecked V7 in back-to-back games. I mean, you know, you got to feel a bit bad for V7. They're a very young team, a lot of brand new players to PCS. So, you know, to have to go up against teams of this caliber in this lobby, it's definitely difficult. You'll learn from it. That's the good news. You know, there's an old saying: if you can't win, learn.
Yeah,
like that's what you got to do. You got to learn from what's going on around you. And my hope is that some of these teams, you know, particularly the Korean teams, will start to learn when to make their aggressive moves, when to try to challenge the winning position. We saw that with Infantry yesterday. Was it the final game or second to last game?
Second to last game, I think.
Second to last game, where they challenged that, or Pero challenged that Infantry's position. Excuse me,
right.
The other way around.
Infantry took it first, and then Pero came in and dove on that hill in the southeast corner.
And I don't think a lot of Korean teams necessarily would have done that. I think they might have just sat at those trees and anything else that's inside of that kind of defilade down underneath the dip, and just tried to, you know, take position right here.
Yeah,
this is exactly it.
What a segue.
I know, I nailed it. I didn't even know this highlight was coming, I swear to God. But, you know, Pero takes the winning position, even though it's tough and they almost lose it. You know, they challenge Infantry. And then Infantry, the last game of the day, it's the Long Skir show. This guy's back.
Yeah, Long Skir coming up really clutch right there. You see with the re-peek, Getting good damage in, and his teammates backing him up too, man. I mean, we saw mostly Longsker as the highlight in this one. Our production team was focusing on him, but his teammates were also getting knocks in and damage that set up that big clutch. And we also had a lot of fights over here, this compound between 17 and Tyloo. This happened, I want to say, at least twice.
It happened on Sunday, I think.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like kind of exasperated with that, because I think we've seen it more than once, and I'm pretty sure it's the same two teams in the same situation. So
oh, you're absolutely right.
I mean, that is what it is. I mean, you could see the follow-up game where he had a similar circle in back-to-back Erangel games where, 17 did learn and they tried something different because of Tyloo's North George drop position on Erangel. They have priority on that compound. Nobody else can even get there faster. It's just not possible. So you got to kind of seed that very strong compound in those northwestern circles. For our players of the day, Lambu actually had a huge day.
Yeah.
Ghibli started out very good in the first game, put up a lot of kills and got a 3rd place. After that, it was kind of, not bad. They got like another 3rd place, another 6th place, another 5th place. So like they were in the mix, but they weren't really pushing the envelope.
Yeah, it was solid. It was a better than expected performance from them, considering the slow start in week 1. And I mean, that's good. Like maybe for a lot of these teams, I mean, the end goal is always to win, but realistically, if you're not in the top 8 right now with 10 matches to go, you got to play out of your mind to even get into that really big prize money. But there's still a lot of cash up for grabs, even in the middle placements, right? So any kind of win, you're going to take it. Ghibli, of course, having a nice little showing there yesterday, and Zhaoyang also not really high on the kills, but man, did he bring the damage. 384 is solid.
Well, a 2.8 kills is still pretty good. It just looks not as good compared to Lambu's 3.4.
Yeah.
I mean, overall in this event, Zhaoyang has been absolutely incredible. He's averaging 1.9 kills per game, which is unreal in a lobby this good. I'm telling you guys, like 1.5 kills per game is really good in most like high-level PUBG Esports events. Like if you're averaging that or higher, you're doing really good. If you're at 1.8, that probably means you're the MVP of an event. Typically, like you'll see that. Now 1.9 right now, what Zhaoyang is doing, he's a big part of why Jufu's doing so well. And these up-and-coming players, man, they have so much potential and confidence coming into this irrational self-confidence of youth. And they're doing a good job.
It feels like every team that's coming out of China, I mean, we've harped on this so many times, but it feels like anytime a Chinese team comes out of Champions League in one of these regional or international events, they just dominate. And Jufu really showing why they call it Champions League, man. I mean, it is the nest of champions out there in China. It's the strongest region in the world, and it's one of the reasons why PCS6 Asia has been so exciting to watch and so exciting to cast. And I can't wait to get into these 10 games. 2 days left.
The gameplay is fast and furious. I mean, it's almost nonstop action, especially in Erangel, because we do have the hot drop between Danawa and New Happy. So that's why if you're a New Happy fan or if you're a Danawa fan, you're looking at them and they're not so high up in the leaderboards. Well, it's because they're spending half the maps just messing around in Yasnaya. So
yeah.
It is what it is. We've talked about it a lot. We understand why it's happening for both teams, but it also basically eliminates either of their chances from winning the event. So be it. They've made that decision. They're smart enough. They're big boys. They can make their own decision. And we'll see how it goes today. It's been a pretty even battle. I think New Happy might have a slight edge now after yesterday because I think they kind of won. Well, I shouldn't say they won both. The second one, they kind of each killed one person and then just left. Yeah. Gave up. So there's kind of like a temporary peace treaty signed there.
But we'll see what's going to happen. We'll see if we have any more hot drops because we are starting it out with Erangel. Today we have 3 maps on Erangel, 2 maps on Miramar before we go into the final day tomorrow. I can't wait to see it, man. The lobby's loaded up. Let's get to it.
All right, here we go. We start with Erangel, and we will see where the playing path takes us for our first game of the day here at PCS6 Asia.
Oh boy!
Right out the gate, we're very south. Not the best playing path ever for sure. So we'll see if that's able to, lend itself to a military circle, or if it's going to be like, it could go. You know what? Honestly, it could go like northeast. Like it just the first circle just has to touch the playing path.
Yeah, we've had some surprising circles given playing pads.
Yeah.
As recently as yesterday. I mean,
some that
we had
barely touch it.
Yeah, right. We had 2 finish all the way up in the northeast, which isn't too common. I mean, definitely not back to back, but we'll see where this one takes us. This plane path going to go all the way up over here to Lipovka. And, yep, we got New Happy and Ottawa going up north again. And I mean, even when Yasnaya has been out of the initial drop range, we have still seen these two teams duke it out in the compounds to the south, going for the car drops. I mean, they are not letting it up.
Yeah, no. I mean, there are proxy fights if Yasnaya is outside of the plane path, which is hilarious. Like, they will fight. I think they're actually maybe long dropping. Both teams are actually long dropping to Yasnaya. They're not even going to try for vehicles. They're just going to bypass and go for the southern apps. So see if they'll get there. It is a military circle, by the way, I just saw.
All right.
So you fans of military circles, congratulations, you did it. Tyloo here, their alternate drop spot, kind of in between farm and Milta. Not the best loot available. Well, in farm, I should say. In farm, next to Milta, in between Peril. But I thought maybe for a moment it looked like they might drop Novo. But that's neither here nor there as we look at New Happy. You know, getting that early AK.
Ooh.
Salute with the Bison. Finds 2 right out the gate. That's a huge start for Donawa. He's got roof control with that deep magazine inside that SMG.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. Bison this early in the game is, man, really a good gun, especially if you don't drop on armor. That thing can shred, and we see Zepion trying to hold this angle right now. New Happy off to a bad start right here, and we've said it many times before. These two teams, they often go blow for blow. Like yesterday, it felt like New Happy was kind of getting the edge again, and now Donawa with a great start here in Game 1 today. Just these two teams, man, it's a bloodbath.
Yeah, you can see Donawa is trying to kind of really surround one of these last players. They've got, most players have shotguns in hand. Zepion does have a barrel, so, if he can get some headshots and other things, he doesn't have any helmet himself. Ming is going to watch the stairs with the pumps. You got to be real careful if you're going to corner check this. There was a molly thrown. It does catch Helen, so he has to stop up to throw some meds in his face.
Yep, and Salute still holding this angle with the Bison, trying to get some intel for his teammates and hopefully conveying to them that, these two players for New Happy are here in the base of this compound. But for now, everyone's just kind of holding. It's really hard to push in from these angles without a lot of utility. And, I mean, obviously 3 minutes into the game and a hot drop, not going to have a lot of utility.
Well, and New Happy's stuck. They really can't go anywhere. Donawa, with Salute controlling the roof, should be able to watch for exits. Here comes Soul as well. So they're going to, Soul went out, found a frag grenade. They're going to see if they can get it to land on the Ming on the stairwell, and it's perfect.
Yeah, that was a fantastic shot. Just really good awareness there, knowing that Ming's probably holding that angle. Now Zepion, the last remaining player for New Happy, but he's going to get caught by Soul, and Donawa cleans it up quick and easy this time.
A clean win for Donawa, and I think a much-needed confidence booster coming into today. I mean, yeah, you can see they give... they have accomplished their mission for this game. Donawa knows they're not winning this event. They're not really having much chance to play super high or anything like that. They could have a couple good days and maybe get up into the top 6. But, for them, that's the victory they needed. They need to control this spot. They don't want to give it up. The Korean teams have talked about this publicly and privately where they... really don't want to give up any more drop spots to Chinese teams.
They don't want to get bullied.
Yes, they've given up South George, they've given up, school and apartments, and in some cases, it's not even because the Korean teams are losing the drop spot fights, it's just the Chinese teams won't leave. They just absolutely will not, they just have tremendous perseverance.
Yeah, they are determined, man. That's one of the reasons why these lobbies here in PCS6 Asia are so fun to watch, because, Tyloo's actually going to be trying to gatekeep this. Maru caught wind of it a little bit, but they decided to press the issue anyway. No headshots really coming in right here, and they're going to be doing the little ramp.
Little monster car action there?
Yeah.
Yeah, monster truck action. Sunday. Maru Gaming versus Tyloo. A battle of the bridge.
Proper Americans right here talking about our monster trucks.
Yeah, no, really.
Any Europeans watching this right now?
Yeah, they're scratching their heads like, what is this idiot talking about? Like, man, Americans really are dumb.
They're not wrong. They are not wrong at all, but Maru going to be making this rotation down. 4 a.m. now coming in, and Tyloo not really gatekeeping this too much anymore, it seems, on the map. Is now Gen G also coming in. This is quite a busy bridge.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the safer of the two bridges in some ways, like because the problem is on the western bridge you can camp the lighthouse side of it.
Oh yeah, and that's a brutal angle too.
Right.
It's Even if you try to stop and fight them off to clear your crossing, it's brutal. And Wayless right now with a good spray there on Max Zora gets him to like 1H.
Ooh, he went for the bolt shot. I would have lost my mind had he hit that. That would have been just one of my all-time favorite moments of the tournament so far.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, yesterday we did see that Gumin, 3-car disaster for 4AM where they couldn't run him over. One of the better plays in terms of just absolute madness that you'll see. GX always takes boats in these circles, so don't be too surprised by this, but they're very late on this one.
Yeah, Guman actually popped out the pistol, right? Was that one of the... We had 2 pistol kills yesterday in the early game, which is really not what you expect out of these lobbies.
No, Gumin, remember, dodged like 3 4AM cars, ran behind a shack, grabbed a pistol, ran around the other side, and like headshot one of the 4AM guys on the way out.
Yeah, and it was like UAS with like a soft top too, I think, that was like driving away. It's a tough angle to get that headshot there with a pistol, but he made it happen, man.
Yeah, no matter what, that's a tough shot with a pistol, but Kane just made some noise. Korn is going to get the knock on the Little Ghost. Now that grenade is going to be off the mark here, so Kane... so far, so good in terms of just not taking any damage. And USG really is taking the fight to 17 Gaming. Shows really beat up. Lil Ghost is knocked.
Yeah, I'm liking this confidence we've been seeing out of USG here in week 2, man. They had a bit of a slow start there in week 1, but they've got a lot to prove in 17. One of the hottest teams out of China coming into this event, now kind of up against the ropes with Little Ghost knocked.
I like this reposition. You know, they know where the knock of Little Ghost is, so they want to cut off any of those angles that, 17 might try to use to get over to him. But it is going to be Korn finally finding an angle himself to flush and get the point as he has moved towards the bridge. I think he might even be kind of underneath the bridge or at the rail or at those new guardrail or whatever you want to call them, the new walkways that are on the sides of the bridge.
Does seem to be that way. And just looking at the minimap, I love this setup by USG, just kind of surrounding the team in 17, locking them in that compound. In the meantime, we do have Tianba rolling in. Tianba, one of the teams to watch heading here into the final 2 days. They are just 20 points shy of rank 1 and a really big prize purse.
Yeah. I mean,
we got a lot of money on the line here, man.
A ton. There's a ton at play. The PGC points, maybe even in some ways more important. If you can get to PGC, then there's the prize pool that's exponentially increased for that. Not just in the natural prize pool itself, but typically there's incentives in terms of like skin sales and other things too. So, you definitely want to do everything you can to be there at the end of the year.
And Genji now just posting up in this compound, kind of been their way to play so far since day 1, pretty much, has been a little bit less aggressive, a little bit less edge, more compound, more center circle, and it's worked out for them in terms of placement points, not so much in kills, which is why, I mean, they're kind of struggling right now with rank 5, but I think some adjustments out of them, we might see them come to life, but it's going to take some big days.
Yeah, I mean, phase 1, it's totally fine to not be like, running around the edges trying to kill teams. I totally get it. It's like phase 3, phase 4, when you start getting into the middle part of the game is when you got to start looking for kills. You got to start seeing if you can pick up, 2 or 3 kills, clear a little bit of space for yourself, clear your edges. But Genji has been playing a center circle kind of, playing for dips in the middle, frankly, sort of like the old Tempo Storm team in America a couple of years ago style that, it works in Korea and in the PWS, but it's not effective against the Chinese teams. The skill level's just too high.
Yeah, and right now we actually have a 3rd team coming into the mix over here on the northwest side of the Western Bridge. So this is not on the military island. USG still kind of containing 17. They've rotated around their surround a little bit, but they're still covering 17 on all sides, and now Tianba is kind of getting an idea. And I mean, this goes back to what you said earlier. This side of the bridge, a lot harder to cross because it's a lot easier to camp these compounds, and Circle just kind of center up on the military base. We'll see now if Chewy's able to get something going here for Tianba. They really do want to make this cross happen sooner rather than later, but in 3 teams is the logjam.
I mean, USG is just happy to just barricade this.
Yeah.
Like they are completely dug in. They don't. The original plan was to just keep 17 pinned in that building. Now you've had the kind of inadvertent side effect of Tianba being stuck out there too. Genji is probably going to dive somewhere into the military base, but you've got the freaks already dug in themselves near the factory and the ATC there. Maru's out at some of the bunkers, so Ghibli as well. So if you want to be in the military base, you might actually. Genji doesn't know this, but you can actually just go around, Ooh, 4 AM on the road has Adder. Oh, the headshot. Oh, he's done.
Nice. Xiaolu with a follow-up headshot's going to get Adder knocked, and you're going to get the full flesh on him. That's a nice point. Just controlling this little area of the map, controlling that road, trying to prevent other teams from rotating into this region. Love to see it, and really interested for me in seeing what the Freaks pull out in this one, because they are rounding out the top 8, but this is kind of their home turf. They've been dropping here in the military island pretty much any plane path that allows them to on Erangel.
Yeah, it's a good point. It is, yeah, sort of their stomping grounds. Like, how well are they going to be able to maneuver here? You know, the circle initially doesn't give us a ton of information on where it's likely to go. There's a little bit of water in the south, but most of the circle is land, so you can't judge really where this is going to go at all. I mean, Erangel doesn't have any land ratio terrain, really, so you're kind of at the whims of the circles in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and circles usually in this region can get very interesting very fast because the terrain is very diverse in terms of what it gives you. There are a lot of sheer slopes to the north side of the military base. There's a lot of interesting and kind of unusual compounds in the military base itself. There's a lot of soft cover. There's so many different angles that this can go to. I mean, like, even the dips can get crazy, like the Hansia game, for example, you know? Like
on the coast or the side of the mountain.
Yeah.
As long as it doesn't go like directly south into that flat plain that's south of the military base. I hate that area.
The killing fields.
Yeah, just absolute worst, one of the worst places to play. It's so wide open.
Well, if any teams can take those the two-story house compounds around there, they'll be really happy for the circle to go that way. But for now, a little bit more skirmish going on, trying to bounce that nade, not able to connect. Lambu will be rezzed. 1 HP was quite a precarious position from those frags coming in, but actually going to get the full heal off, pop back in the Dacia, and they are going to try and roll out of here. See if Sunyoung's going to be able to land the spray. 50 damage coming in so far, but nope, 4 AM, LZ, not really allowing that to happen anymore, and Sunyoung actually might go down there. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, those are surprisingly off grenades there from Sunyoung. A little bit just... enough off the mark that Ghibli's able to get away with it. They just came up, one went short, and now he's going to pay the price. Actually, an Onyx from Gen G.
Oh, wow.
From the general's house here, whatever you want to call it. Some people call it the clinic, I think, and I think it's actually a clinic. Like, there's like hospital beds and stuff in there.
Yeah, it's similar to the building in like the northeast by
the
crates.
hospital. Yeah.
Right. We'll see now. The Freaks. Oh, we're just going to center up. All right, looks like a military-based circle.
All right.
And it can still kind of go to those fields, but we're just not going to talk about that, hopefully.
No,
don't will it into existence.
I don't want to believe it's possible at this point. Kane here trying to do everything he can, but Show, who's been absolutely magic for 17, is going to take him down as there's no backup for 17 as they've been kind of, or excuse me, there's no backup for USG as they've been kind of cut by Tianba. Genji's going to make a mad dash, and they are having the better of this. Ghibli, Maru trying to chase on their heels, but they're getting cut down behind them.
Yeah, Lambo's just going to post up over here in that kind of defilade right now as Jufu Hong tries to get a spray in, but there's a lot of damage coming in. There's a lot of teams right now trying to get all of these knocks and flushes. Spear's going to go down even from Akkad, and it's a tough rotation there for Gen G. I think they're already down, what, one player? Just Akkad going down for them?
At least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Akkad getting the knock.
He got the kill. Yeah. Spear went down. And yeah, the Donuts here down to just corn. So this mutually assured destruction that the Donuts have created on the bridge, you know, while annoying for 17 and Tianba.
They've got a hostage.
Yeah, they're waiting. Well, I think they were asking, do you need the helmet or the vest?
Ah, yeah.
I would bet. So otherwise, I'm just going to shoot him in the butt.
All right, GEX now rotating in over to these planes. Interested in seeing if they try to stop here because this is kind of a tough position to hold, but I guess at this point, coming in so late, kind of take what you can get situation. Tianba now rolling in the 17 compound. I mean, you said mutually assured destruction. They do not want it to be mutually assured, and they're going to clean up 17 Gaming. Chui will get knocked there. Should be able to get the res off if that kit doesn't get him. Yep, there we go. And Korn gonna try and gatekeep this. He's the last remaining player here for Donuts, and they're just causing trouble.
I'm telling you right now, Tianba might be thinking that this fight is over and that they might be able to just cross the bridge unfettered. And Korn has no thoughts of doing anything except trying to ruin Tianba's day. So wherever we go, you've got a 1-2. Let's see if he's going to let 7-7 go and go for the back UAS, or if he's just going to pop up and open up. First car, he opens up, gets one. He could get all of them here. That's two. And there are going to be 3 members down, but he's on 1 HP. He's going to go down to the blue.
Lynchen now making a mad dash to get his teammates. But, man, fantastic shooting there by Corrin. Just a complete agent of chaos running in. Getting all 3 knocks right now. And Chewy's dead. Oh, are they just going to pick up the meds? Is Lynchen going to have to heal? Maybe he just doesn't want to fight the blue. It's too much damage.
It's phase 3, so you can heal through this as a person who's been knocked, but not for much longer as phase 4 is about to pop. So I think they just decided that it isn't worth it at this point. So you know what? All things considered for USG, if that was their plan, was to wreck the day of every team that tried to cross this bridge, then mission accomplished.
Yeah, just having a little bit of fun with it, man. We've had some good shooting out of USG so far here in week 2, and maybe some games like this, taking out some good teams. Tianba and 17, I mean, you got to be feeling good about that.
Oh, absolutely. I do want to point out that Danawa is actually made it down in the southeastern part. They're coming through that forest to the south of military base. So, they've managed to get across, and V7's down there as well, but it's not looking too bad here, honestly, for Danawa. If they can control that fence line.
Heaven with a bolt there on E-End. He's been bolting a little bit. I mean, he's had that Kar 98 for a long time so far, and Ian's actually going to go down. They get him underneath the UAS. That's a really nice kill, man. Wish we got a shot of that bolt.
That's brutal for the Freaks. I mean, the best player in Korea right now, they're going down, is absolutely horrific. I mean, but that's the way it goes. You got to be careful of those bolts. Sometimes players will grab them because they can't find the DMR they like. Sometimes they're just not. There's some players who won't even touch the mini. Like, they're just not comfortable with it. And so you'll see them, maybe bolt instead of that. Oh, goodness gracious. The headshot there from LZ is going to get soul knocked. And poor Danawa. We talked about this part of the map here underneath the military base, how open and exposed it is.
Yep, it's the killing fields. That's why we're glad the circle doesn't go this way. But Danawa, they're here anyway. Kind of agents of their own destruction right now as they're going to try and salvage the situation, but no vehicles makes it really quite brutal.
Yeah, they just didn't have a choice. I mean, because they're messing around in that Yaz fight. They have last priority on everything when they come across here. All right, good shooting there on to Lynchen, and he's down. Aches left, picking up a point here early for Pero as they look to try to continue that climb. They're getting oh so close. Tied with Jufu. Not too far, 5 points behind Tianba. Now Tianba's out of this, so there's room, and Tyloo's taking a whole bunch of damage.
Oh yeah, Tyloo taking a ton of damage here on this rotation. Just the Freaks railing into them right there. Lucky that Zhaoyang and Tongs actually didn't get knocked in for Tyloo. This is an important game, man. They were in a lot of trouble after day 1 right here, and the gap is closing between them and these other top 4 teams. Oriam now making the rotation, but Jonggu with a great SKS shot's going to get the heady right there, and way less even going to go down.
Yeah, you can see there, he was going for the grenade to get the finish, but it happened from one of his teammates. There's the feed. He's going to see him. Jonggu able to get it underneath there. Xiaolu, the only one left here, and he's done. Jonggu with the huge play. I think that's all 4 for him onto 4 AM. Meanwhile, Tyloo under pressure here from the Freaks. They've got knocks. They want to finish the job.
Yeah, the Freaks, they got a ton of damage, and they do not want to leave up on the pressure now. Tyloo hurting quite a bit. I mean, we talked about it earlier. This is the Freaks' home turf, man. They know this place better than anybody else. This is their drop spot, and they're trying to make it work right now. CC only on like 20 HP. He's going to get hit Hikari with a Molotov, though, so a little bit of fight back now for Tyloo. Oh, kind of going to try and go for the res, but the nade.
It's perfect from Sia there. You get caught sitting behind that smoke trying to go for the heal, and that's going to give them the opportunity to get the res. Lash is the only one alive for the Kwangdong Freaks, and he tried to stay in the window to get covering fire, and meanwhile, Tongs knew it. They knew where he was. They had seen the shots earlier, and they were ready to cut his angle off to try to go for the reses. So the Freaks here looking to finish it, but they're misreading his position. They didn't see him cut as far ahead towards this statue.
I love this push out of Tyloo. They know they got the knock. They know that players are damaged. They really want to get the finish right now. Here comes the Molotov that barely doesn't connect with Lash. I'm actually amazed that he dodged that one. More nades coming in now by Tyloo. They really want to get this finish. They do not want that rest to happen. Trying to hip fire with the jumps. Oh, he's going to get it caught with it. Zhaoyang popping off right now. There's only one player up, and it's Lash.
Yeah, I mean, he's just stuck on the back now, and he's just going to get cut off here. So you can see this aggressive movement, this aggressive positioning from the Chinese teams. And now Infantry is going to try to do to Tyloo what they just did to the Freaks. That grenade is so good. It almost gets the knock. If he hadn't been prone, he would have definitely been knocked. But in the prone state, you do a little bit less damage, and he's just getting shelled, but...
That was fantastic first day timing there for Tongs, too, because if he didn't have that kit pop off just then, the second nade's also going to knock him. So really good awareness there by Tai Lu, trying their best to get out of this scrappy situation after that push on the Freaks and Infantry. They really want to hold him out. They know that Tai Lu is one of the teams to beat right now at 181 points in Infantry. Just one big day they can do it, but Gen G, Max Zora going to get Rex there on the rotation in.
All right, Ghibli has a tough road to go, and Donawa sits behind them, just going to let them kind of soften up the defenses of the teams in front. I don't think these barrels are quite in here for Ghibli, so they're going to have to take a fight. They actually get some knocks. They're traded back and forth. Renba and Max Zora have been knocked here, so now Anonix is the only one left for Gen G. He's sitting in the smoke. You mean didn't push in far enough to see him, so he's going to wrap around, and Anonix trying to listen for the sound cues. If he pushes out, he's going to get Lambu. Oh, Lambu! How did he pull the trigger in time?
That's insane! Lambu with a huge clutch there. Fantastic reaction time's going to get him. Salute will not have it in the meantime, though. This fight is still going on between Donawa and Ghibli. And man, there's just absolute chaos everywhere on the map right now as these teams vie for these positions.
Yeah, Donawa trying to do what they can, but it's a combined fire between quite a few different teams there. Jufu, Pero, probably Ghibli, keeping them gate kept out of this circle. Zhao Yang is just going to try to heal through this and see how long he can go. Phase 5 blue, though, he's going to need about 10 more first aid kits inside these dead bodies.
He's going to try to make a mad dash for it, though.
It's not happening.
Not happening. No, not unless he comes across some kind of crate, right? Like he needs some corpses.
He literally needs 10. He literally needs like 10 first aid kits to get to the circle.
He's got 2 more in the bag, and yeah, no, he's so far. I just looked on the looked on our monitor right here with the map, and I'm like, no, that's not going to happen. Would take a miracle, and the circle is going to just center up right now in Jufu. We haven't seen too much action for them in terms of being on the camera, but I've been watching the kill feed, and they've been laying so much hurt in so many of these teams. They're just 3P'ing everybody from those planes in the south side of the map.
Yep, it's great stuff here from Jufu. They continue to be just absolutely deadly in so many aspects of the game. Now, Ghibli is still at 3 people. I mean, despite all the madness in there, Gen G really fumbled their defense, and Ghibli is able to recover. You know, Donawa not really able to do much damage either on their backside with a little help again from Pero and Jufu. So Ghibli here kind of weathering a really difficult situation rather impressively. And I don't know how in the world Lambu pulled that trigger fast enough to take an Onyx down.
Oh, that was insane. It's so tough right there, especially in the smoke, man. You got like just a fraction of a second to do it, and Onyx was aggressively looking for him. And Jufu, here we got a little bit of a shot of the angle they've been abusing so far in this match, racking up the kills. Xiao UDD right now, trying to find something. I think I actually saw Wangzai with a bolt. A lot of bolts in this lobby, man.
People had to cut loot because of the bad plane path, so you're going to see a few more bolts floating around because, like, you know, Pero's not able to, or not, you know, Pero and others, infantry, aren't able to get their normal loot splits because there's more teams crammed in to that coastal area around that road. So Ghibli going to try to drive somewhere. That dip is in, so okay, you got there. If anybody's in grenade range, you're in trouble. I don't know how many infantry has left.
Yeah, infantry spent a lot of utility earlier in the game, and Ghibli going to be happy with that location for now, especially with Vori Bear, it looks like, going all the way up to the top side. And
there it is.
Oh, Guman.
Oh, it's Jufu.
Oh, wait, how did he make that nade? I'm looking at the map right now. That is absolutely insane. He must
That's
have
almost 100 meters.
Some crazy momentum, plus the slope somehow made that connect. Like, I was looking at the map, and I'm like, there's no way these nades connect. And then I saw Human go down, and like, oh, it must have been somebody with like a DMR off in the distance. But no, fantastic nade there by Jufu.
That's crazy good. Now Gray's going to try to push off this. He's got. I was going to say, you got to be real careful peeking out around that airplane there, buddy.
Yep.
There's going to be at least 2 teams that see you. Pero and infantry, both Ken and Volibear, holding that angle by the septic tanks.
That's really unfortunate for Gray, too, there. I think his vest broke on the second to last shot, and so he took a little bit more damage and actually got knocked and flushed. Unfortunate luck of the draw, but now we have a little bit of a battle going on between GEX and Jufu, and even Pero getting in on the action. Akelef continuing to rack up the knocks and kills.
Yeah, I mean, SSR whiffed the M24 shot and whiffed the M4 spray, so he does not get much damage. Xiao Yang here, the superstar for Jufu in this event, still alive, but the rest of his team has slowly but surely been eliminated from this. GEX has to take Xiao Yang out. Like, they have to clear this.
You know, they got to do it, especially considering how high Jufu is in the ratings right now. And in GEX, they just want to climb, man. They want to get somewhere closer to that top 8, and it's quite the hurdle for them as we see the circle go a little bit more to the west. Pero going to be really happy with this, and now you have to wonder, how is Ghibli going to make this rotation? And Wangzai again with the bolt.
Please just watch this, observers. Oh, but look, it's hard to get the bolt predictions when they're going to have the angles. Ming going to be attempted to be res, but Wangzai trying to cut that off. Xiaoyang under pressure, a little bit of damage from those grenades done. Wangzai, I think he saw X left, maybe. It's hard to tell with the X-ray sometimes if they really saw them or not.
Yeah.
He did. Okay, there's no way he cut that through there. It did. Oh, that's such a good grenade. I mean, it doesn't get close, but
the trajectory.
Still, how did he get it through all those like bars and stuff?
Yeah. It's like an obstacle course for that nade right now.
Yeah.
Infantry continuing to rotate in, and this is their big opportunity right now. If they're able to flush Pero out of this position, it's the best spot on the map. But no, actually, Xlef, I thought you would get knocked by that. Ming does get the flush, and Xlef now going to try and salvage this. He does have a 3 helm, so that will help a lot with the bolts.
That's true. That's a really good point. You know, he won't get that insta-knock from a bolt. Xiaoyang is not dead, and GEX is just rotating in front of him.
We got a Groza right now on Mill. Big damage right there on Savior. Going to try and go for the nade in case GEX goes for the res, and now Infantry actually has a US. I wasn't even aware they had a vehicle right here, and so does Ghibli. Man, the cavalry coming in. They're going to eliminate Jufu, just crashing this position right now. In the meantime, Aches left. He's doing a lot of work right now. He's got 2 knocks already right here, and that's Pero going down. Infantry, excuse me.
Pero took down Infantry.
The colors sometimes confuse me.
Yeah, they're a little bit similar. Infantry there, you know, not able to hold on. There was a great grenade from X left that we didn't get to see on screen. Ghibli did take this dip, but at what cost? As GEX pushed ahead, and now Zennon up on the plane had just enough time with Pero and Infantry fighting that he was able to take that brief opportunity to take the high ground, get some knocks. Now Ghibli's Gumin trying to chase him down. His teammates are bleeding out rather quickly. He knows that he has to go around the other side, can see the feet, sprays underneath it, doesn't get the knock though. Zennon here doing a great job, staying cagey, staying alive.
Yeah, Zennon knows that he just has to buy time for these knocks to come through, and that's it. Heaven and Lambrew going down right now. It's just Gumin up for Ghibli, and Pero right now, they're licking their chops, man. They've been playing so well here in week 2, and they're getting closer and closer to Tyloo in that top spot. Mill just trying to rack up even more kills.
All right, Mill just gonna spray into the smoke. Zennon.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the Groza.
Do it to him.
Almost got him. Almost got him. Grenades, too. How is Zennon even alive right now? As he is super weak. I assume he has a first aid left, but maybe not. Yan Li here trying to buy whatever space and time he can. But now Aches left is very keen to try to push into this. That grenade close to getting the knock.
That was a lot of damage coming from that nade, and Aches left. Just see the confidence in him, man. Charging up on this position. He wants it. He's coming in with a barrel. There he goes. Gets the knock. Going for Zennon right there with a red dot spray. Not quite able to connect, but man, look at how bold he's maneuvering.
He knows he's just better. To be honest, he knows he can get away with this. GEX, Zennon isn't really in a position to help Yan Li. Because of the angles that Aches left could take around the front of that plane, there's not really great recourse that Zennon has unless he lands 2 nasty headshots. And, you know, Aches left knows that. So he could push on that. Gumin's stuck hiding in a ditch, doesn't want to fight. You know, unfortunately for GEX, and so, you know, Petrichor Road is able to literally get away with murder there.
Aches left looking for his 7th kill on the map right now. Pero just opted for, look at that Molotov! That's gonna be it! Aches left got 7! Can he get 8, man? There's only Gumin left!
Well, okay.
What a shot, though!
Gumin opens up with the barrel and gets Aches left knocked. Now it is all on Mill. Mill's got him sighted. Mill's got him locked down. Can he get the shots is the real question. There's still quite a bit of time here for both players to work with. Gumin does not have to peek this, I don't think. I think he can stay inside of this dip. He's trying to keep him pressured. Mill just needs those headshots. That's pretty good damage here. Gumin might have bought himself a little bit of time, but is it going to be enough?
These 2 players going for blow right now, but you see that Mill has a 3 vest still up, and Gumin's vest just broke right now, so those DMR shots are going to do so much damage, even if he doesn't land the headies. You see right there, 46 damage, and that's going to be it. Pero continues their hot streak in week 2, 174 points, less than 10 points off rank 1. They are on fire.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the Pero we're used to seeing at PCS Asia. They've won 4 and 5. They're looking to make it a 3-peat. As they are winning a ton of games so far this week. They won 2 yesterday. That's another one here already today. Still 4 games to go, so plenty of opportunity for them to get even more wins. They are unbelievable right now. I mean, you just look at the confidence they have. Aches left is just like, I know Gumin's not going to peek. I'm going to run right across this runway. GEX is not going to be in a position to cover each other because they're playing scared. and he completely obliterates them.
And sometimes we will see players do this when they have 3 or 4 men up in like a 3v1v1, 3v1v2, some kind of situation like that. No, that was only 2 players up for Pero, and still Akeleft has the confidence to move forward like that. Just playing out of his mind so far in week 2, and he's only getting hotter. He must have had 7, 8 kills. He's got to be the man of the match.
Absolutely. I mean, that right there is another match that just encapsulates the difference between teams like Pero right now in PCS Asia. That they have the confidence, Tai Lu is with this move as well, to just completely bully the Freaks. Like other teams would just sit at the edge of the circle and wait for you. Genji tried that against Ghibli and they got ripped apart. Salute got involved as well, but these kind of like defensive plays aren't as good if you can outmaneuver the other teams, and maneuverability is everything. And you can see with Pero, with Tai Lu, infantry, they're active on the map.
It feels like the philosophy behind rotating is completely different between the Korean and the Chinese teams.
Yeah.
When the Chinese teams are rotating, they're rotating to get kills, they're rotating for positions, they're rotating to fight and secure a spot. When the Korean teams are rotating, it feels like they're doing it just to play center, more to get a defensive stance. And that hasn't been a winning formula for them so far in this event. We know that it's kind of the meta in the Korean region and PWS, but that's not really playing here at PCS6 Asia.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just incredible the way that the Chinese teams play. It is extremely exciting to watch. It's extremely fun to watch. And, you know, you can see everybody else is playing scared. Gumin's just sitting in that dip, letting everything go on around them. I kind of get it because you guarantee yourself a second place by not poking your head out. You know, you're trying to rat out those points, but at the same time, it's a 2v2v1. I mean, you have an opportunity to try to scoop up a few kills. I think that's something that needs to be reassessed with the coaching staff and with the teams, is that when you have the opportunity to go for points, no matter what, you kind of got to go for them. I mean, obviously, if you're a solo and it's like a 1v4v4, then of course you keep your head down. But a 1v2v2, actually, you might need to start rethinking the kind of the mathematics that go into that.
That's kind of been the playstyle for GEX in this tournament so far, though, is just that kind of passive defensive play, mostly for placement as opposed to
I was talking
kills.
about Ghibli.
Oh, Ghibli as well.
Stuck in that dip. He's the one player. GEX has 2. Pero has 2. But GEX is just playing ultra passive. I mean, that's just the way they play.
Yeah.
I don't know. GEX makes me scratch my head a bit there, but I mean, Akeleft just knows he's just better.
Yeah.
Frankly. I'm sorry. I don't know whether I'm not going to sugarcoat it. He knows he's better and he takes advantage of it.
He's absolutely right too, man. Just fantastic play out of Pero. These Chinese teams are on another level right now, and it feels like the meta, their approach to the game is perfect. And it's so action-packed. It's so fun to watch, so fun to cast.
Yeah.
And it is so skillful. I mean, you see the shots that Akeleft is taking and the movement on the map. It's just, I love it.
He's insane. He's amazing. When he gets confident, he is one of the best in the world, period, end of story. I mean, I've seen this guy just, when he starts putting up these huge kill games is when everybody needs to get scared. Because when he's confident, the rest of the team gains confidence behind him. And he creates so much space and so many matchup problems for other teams.
There you go, seeing some interesting stats here on the top of the leaderboard. GEX, of course, kind of going in that slow rotating style, just playing edge a little bit. 36,000 meters traveled is quite a bit. Maybe not the highest we've had so far in this tournament. I think we had one day there was like,
it's like 42,000,
42,
right?
Yeah, 42 kilometers.
Which,
sure.
yeah, I meant to go back and look at that to see exactly what Tianba did in that game to like accumulate that much travel distance. GEX was like taking a boat like way around.
Yeah.
So that's why they were so far on that one.
That's usually the way they operate on these circles.
Yes.
I mean, we've seen it pretty much every time it goes military. They're in a boat.
But I mean, GEX here. And again, GEX, in my opinion, also kind of messes this up early because they wrap ahead of Xiaoyang from Jufu before they kill him. So they're kind of cutting their lines there. They're taking a bit of a risk, right? Like I understand why they did it, because there's a dip open in the front of that circle, and it's available, and you're gonna have to get there anyway. And they probably think, well, we can surround Xiaoyang, but the problem is that you put yourself right into the sight lines of Pero before your backside is clear, so you can't fight on one front, right? Like, we've learned this throughout history. If you can avoid multiple battles on multiple fronts, things are typically going to go better for you.
Yeah, it's a general theme throughout human history is want to secure those flanks. Check your corners if you're playing another FPS, but well, I guess houses too in PUBG.
Yeah, you check your corners in PUBG, sure.
I don't. You play with me enough to know.
That's true.
Petrichor Road with another 20-point win, man. I think they had like 63 points yesterday, and they're off to a fantastic start again. I mean, to get up 83 points in 6 games is absolutely nuts. And right now, they might not be rank 1 in this lobby, but it certainly feels like it with the way that they're playing.
Rank 1 in our hearts.
Absolutely, man. And I guarantee you in a couple more games, they keep playing like this, they're going to run away with this thing.
Just forget it. Yeah, just forget it.
Crazy.
When Akeleft is playing like this, he's the best. He's the best player in the lobby right now. Just go home. Everybody else might as well just, unplug their keyboards from their USB slots and just leave the building. And he's too good. I mean, we'll see, of course. It can change. PUBG is a very kind of roller coaster-y game sometimes where it's hard to maintain that momentum for 10 games, but if any team can do it, it's your back-to-back PCS winners, Sampero.
Yeah, man, and Akeleft going to be the player of the match, of course. 7 kills, 70% of his team's kills, and I want to point out 702 damage is an absolute ton. And that was only half the damage that Pero did. I mean, usually we see these stats like 700 plus damage, and it's like 70 or 80% of the team. It's just one player carrying. But no, Pero just got so much work in there. Second place now, 174 points, 8 points off Tyloo. Phenomenal.
They are now well within striking distance of Tyloo. And Jufu and Tiamba having decent games. Jufu, Tiamba got kind of bad luck. I hate to say that. I actually hate saying that term, bad luck.
Yeah.
Because I don't actually really mostly believe in it in esports. I think a lot of people say things are unfortunate or are unlucky when they're actually not. But in Tianba's case, like with what USG was doing to 17 there, they just kind of ran into a untenable situation where they couldn't cross because there were 2 teams holding that bridge. And what do? You got to wait it out and try to see if you can win the fight.
The PUBG gods giveth and the PUBG gods taketh. I mean, we've seen Tiamba get some really lucky circles.
Sure.
This is their penance. It just happens, man.
That's
the game.
Man. You can't predict what these other teams are going to do sometimes because, it's kind of funny because a lot of times teams will do stuff in the actual games that they would never do in scrims or vice versa. And so you're kind of like trying to predict your opponents and how they're going to play. And, Tiamba might rethink that game and been like, crap, we should have gone to find a boat on the west coast instead. Yeah. Something like that instead. We thought the bridge would be kind of free. It didn't seem like people were camping it in scrims or something.
Yeah. Infantry also having a pretty good showing, man. They're all the way up in top 6 after a pretty slow start in week 1. We've had so many different Chinese teams just kind of light the fire in week 2, and it's really exciting to see. Oh, I love the meta. I love the play style we're seeing out of these Chinese orgs. It's fantastic. I don't know if it's the coaching. I don't know if it's just the IGLs. I don't know if it's the confidence. But whatever it is that's working for China, it's some of the most fun PUBG to watch.
All of the above, I think. I mean, yeah, absolutely. I'm with you. It is absolutely insanely fun to watch. So I think now, there is a little bit of a kind of dejected sort of feeling amongst the Korean teams. You can see it on the camera here. Where there's probably some questions going through their heads. What do we do different? The things that work for us. Because in some respects, it's hard for a team to go into an event and be like, well, this is what got us here. Now do we change it completely? Do we have to?
Right.
And you do. Honestly, you might have to. All right. Game number 2 on today?
Game number 2 on today, yeah.
All right.
No crayons yet. We're on point.
No, I mean, we've had so many crayons already that we are beyond kindergarten. We have graduated to 1st grade.
I'm telling you, we will single-handedly get PUBG a Crayola sponsorship.
All right.
It's gonna happen.
Let's do it.
Mark my words.
Get some in-game crayon skins. Those
would probably look really cool.
No, instead of the crowbar, it turns into a giant crayon.
Yeah.
We'll beat people with.
Imagine getting some crayons you could spray on the map or something like that too. That'd be cool.
Oh, that would actually be really neat.
Some crayon graffiti.
That would be super cool.
Crayola. Sponsor PUBG Esports.
They just put a giant whiteboard in the school that you can go draw on. Yeah.
Oh man, would be fun to see. And we have another kind of southern playing path. This one can go military island, maybe a little bit less likely. Not too much surface area touching the
it'd have to be
eastern side.
North military, probably.
Yeah.
Or east side, I guess. I have seen plane paths like this have a circle that is on the military, on top of the radar tower mountain. So it's possible.
Before we went into this match, you were talking about maybe Danawa's. They looked a little dejected, and it seemed like maybe they were trying to think if they should have another idea. And I think they might have had one because they're not hot dropping New Happy. It seems like they're going for East Yaz and New Happy's going for West Yaz.
They have different ideas on how to get there faster. So Donawa is going for the long drop. New Happy's going for the vehicles.
Well, we'll see, though. We'll see. Because it could very well be Donawa going all the way to the east side.
New Happy's going to beat him there. I can already tell.
You think New Happy's going to like cut him off and go for the fight?
Well, they can't because Donawa can land on the roofs.
Oh, true.
So what New Happy has to hope for here is that somebody can get a gun really quick, like HS, and just to shoot somebody like right out of the sky.
I think we saw Zapion, and can't see on the map who is in his car, but at least one or two of the other players there have quickly stopped to loot, and it seemed like they picked up some guns, and now they're coming in, and Donawa going to hold off the south side of Yasnaya, and New Happy coming up over here to the north side of the road, so kind of split down the middle, and the circle is really far to the northwest.
Yeah, really far to the west, so we'll see how much that wants to keep doing that. We can only hope that it keeps going west, as those of us who like bad circles love to see. But ZP, New Happy had to keep pushing forward. They actually were just like kind of at the same time as Donawa. So Donawa's Helen just able to get there in time. I hope this is this grenade from Aches left, because I imagine this is actually insane. Because he got 2 with this.
All right.
He just
he
knew where they were going. He knew exactly where they were going.
Wow.
That is incredible. Absolutely incredible. He just knew exactly where they were going.
Aches left is so good.
He's nuts.
My jaw's like on the floor right now, man.
He's nuts.
I was wondering what happened with that nade. That's just, Jesus. Aches left is having like the week of his life right now. I mean, you know what? It might not even be the week of his life with how good,
I was gonna say,
how good he is. But he's racking up the kills, dude.
He's up there. This is one of his better weeks for sure. No doubt about that. And he's had some damn good ones in the PCS before, so.
Yep. That's why they won back-to-back.
HS is kind of a little bit on his own here, State. I mean, sort of Non is there to help, but I don't know how well they know that Salute's been doing this. This is pretty cheeky here from Salute. He's army crawled his way up, and if in case you're wondering why, A, it's to obscure sightlines, but B, it's much, much, much quieter to prone crawl than it is to even crouch walk.
Yeah, it's very, very quiet. We'll see if HS have any idea of this. I mean, he could get an unlucky draw coming off on the far side of the house and just get decked as soon as he exits that door.
That's what they're waiting for.
Yep.
They're hoping that New Happy hasn't realized that they've taken this other spot.
Yeah, because I think New Happy, I'm not sure how much intel they were able to gather, but certainly they did see the Donawa land on the south side and probably weren't expecting such a quick rotation to the north end.
Does USG just, like, want to fight Tianba today? Is this their game plan?
Well, I mean, last time it was just kind of, it just happened, right? They were
no.
surrounding 17, but...
I'm totally joking. This is actually, like, dead center of this circle.
My bad.
No, you're fine.
Off my game a little bit, but yeah, USG, man, they're taking the fight. They're just crashing this compound. They want to hold on to these warehouses. Lynchman going to try and make the rotation pretty soon to help his teammates out because Tiamba's got a 2-2 split, and USG's got a lot of players right here in this warehouse.
Well, this is now tough for the Donuts, honestly, because they're stuck in here.
Yeah.
These warehouses suck unless you can kind of control all three. To be perfectly honest, they're very, very difficult because they're easy to surround. The outsides around them are just flat garbage. So getting in and out is pretty tricky.
Yeah, Lynchman posted up at the 2-story house compound over there to the side, and he's going to have a really good angle on this too, which limits Donuts' options, as you said. And Donuts, I feel like they really need like some solid knock to get the initiation in, but no, they're not even going to be the ones to initiate. It seems as Tiamba's starting to come around the side.
I don't see many frags here for Tiamba, though, which makes this a little bit more challenging. Again, we don't know how many stuns they have, which is a very important part of the equation. In terms of how they want to approach this fight. I don't know, Tong here is coming from kind of an unexpected angle for Shiva.
Ooh.
Yeah, Shiva barely able to get out of that with his life.
Yeah, it looked like Shiva was aiming a little bit too high, maybe thought that he was going to be coming from the upper deck, and actually we do have a nade there from Chewy. That's going to get Korn and some of the other USG players a little bit damaged up there. Will Molotov to buy some time, but another frag coming in, and Americano throwing one himself.
Yeah, Linshin at least found one. Now, Americano's out the door, did get the knock onto Tong. And the bombardment continues on the inside, but oh, there we go. Finally, another grenade is going to find its mark here onto USG. So that's 2 knocked. Americano and Kane continuing to try to hold another good grenade from Americano. He almost gets taken out himself. but he's going to go for the heal.
Yeah, that's Lynch and Flush. Now Chewy pushing in. He's going to clean up the donuts. So really nice defense there by Tiamba. They had a 2-2 split going on. The cavalry arrives. They only lose Lynshin. And that's 4 points on the board.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, as Tiamba, you're not super disappointed with that. A little bit, maybe, but you shouldn't be, like, kicking yourself big time. Like, you know, it was an early exit for USG from the Gatka area, kind of into an unexpected spot. Like, a lot of teams aren't going to prioritize those triple warehouses that early, just based on the fact that it's, unless the circle like lands right on it, it's not that great.
Yeah, I was surprised by that decision too. It just seems like the Donuts kind of want to fight today. Like, same with the bridge
that's
camping.
the truth. I think that's actually the truth. I think the Donuts game plan today was fight, fight, fight.
Yeah, we'll see now. Donowa Salute still trying to get an angle here on HS. He's in the same apartment building, so he must have caught wind of this at some point.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think he's fooled, considering how long it's been. GX is doing their normal rotation around the north side of Yaz, so I don't expect them to really get involved in that fight. They haven't. There was one time where they stopped and thought about it. And then
yeah, they got out of their cars, they got the sight lines, and they're like, we actually don't want to. We don't want a piece of either of these teams. Let's just get into the circle. And
it was just one of those rest stops along the side of a highway for them, where they were just like, we're just gonna grab a soda quick and move on.
I think that was the game they rotated on. Severnian just got absolutely obliterated. That was a sad one. Sad one for GEX. And the Freaks now making this rotation over here from the military base into the circle. They have a pretty clean path, assuming they don't run into Gen G, who is now making the rotation south of Pochinki into the circle. And this standoff continues here. HS was able to rotate out of that building. He's going to meet up with one of his teammates all the way on the northeast side. Northwest, excuse me. And not too much action there for New Happy and Donowa. One of the more quiet Yasnaya drops we've had between those two teams. Maybe the most quiet.
Yeah, it seems like, you know, Donowa went for the encampment, the encirclement, and New Happy couldn't break it. So they just, it became a stalemate. And we'll see. Maru is stuck with 17 right next to them. But everybody's, you know, setting up shop around the mountain, the Georgia Bull Mountain, around Everest, because the circle's pretty likely to go that way. That's the most likely place for it to go, is in that general direction. That's where these circles tend to go. So that's why everybody's opting to go for that position early.
Yeah, and then on top of that, I mean, even if the circle doesn't go there, then at least by having that high vantage point, as we saw Genji do for years, you get so much intel on where other compounds are occupied, what the safe lanes are to rotate out of. It's just a really good spot.
Yeah, except there's no safe lanes anymore.
Yeah, not
everybody's there.
Yeah, but if there was one,
yes,
if there was one,
you'd be right. Absolutely, absolutely. Unfortunately, you know, if you're up on that mountain, it's going to be difficult to get down, most likely.
Yeah. Unlike Everest, it is often harder to descend this mountain than it is to climb it.
Yeah. Well, it's pretty difficult to descend Everest too, I think. I'm not sure, but I don't know, you know, anything about mountain climbing, so I shouldn't even get into that conversation.
There's at least one mountain climber in the chat that's just like, actually, guys, most of the fatalities in Everest are on the descent.
Yeah, I have no idea if that's true or not. You could tell me that, and I'd be like, yeah, sure.
All right, Genji making this rotation, and this is a nice little compound over here on the west side. Oh, Spear. Okay.
He's fine.
Yeah. Loses a little bit of momentum, but that's not too bad. Not too many sight lines over here as we see one of the players for Z7 does have an angle, but not really able to connect with these sprays, and Genji continues to rotate, and actually, wow, we're going to split this right down the middle. This one's probably going to go north.
Yeah, it almost certainly will actually go north of the river. Now, it doesn't have to. If it ends close to the river, then things can get really wild and crazy. Zepion takes down Helen from Donowa, so the trap that New Happy laid has been sprung, but here we go. Onyx and Genji tries to crash this. Teammates can't get there in time. Renba prones and is able to take 2-star out, but not before he's able to take down Onyx. And here comes the rest of E7. They're going to try to crash this. They've already lost 2. Genji as well down to 2. Renba and Maxora, he gets caught from behind. Renba spins on him, though, and takes Gop down.
Yeah, Genji and V7 kind of going blow for blow right now. It is a 2v1, but Jonggu, he's been playing really well the past couple of games. If anyone on V7 is going to clutch it out, it's going to be him right now. And Renba, he's going to get the kid off over there in the office. Jonggu's looking for him. You know he wants to kill. In the meantime, LZ from 4AM getting in on this. And there you go. Jonggu reads the situation perfectly. He gets the Molotov off on Renba. That's one more player down. Now it's only him and Maxora here in this compound.
Yeah, Maxora going to go for the grenade. If it's cooked right, he's got Jonggu dead. Wow. He's got him. Very well done there. as that will be Genji winning a very bloody fight. And, you know, the 4 a.m. is probably going to come in here and clean this up.
Yeah, that's probably the way it's going to go. If they've been watching their kill feed, they know that it's just Max Zora alive in here, and they're going to flush everything out.
They don't know where he is, though.
Yeah.
He's got opportunity to heal. He's got opportunity to boost. So for Max Zora, look, he's done it before. I've seen the 1v4s from this guy when he was on ATA last year that were absolutely bananas. Let's see if he's got another one in store for us. Get some tags into a couple different members of 4 a.m. He senses the grenade. Is he ready for the push downstairs? Not quite.
Nope. Zhao Hai comes in there and cleans up Max Zora, and that's going to give 4 a.m. a little bit of breathing room right now. The Freaks are a little bit bogged down with infantry in the southeast side of Everest. And in the meantime, a lot of these teams making rotations, and Aches left. No, not like this. He gets knocked on the rotation. Xiaobei with a really nice headshot there with the SKS, and AZ gonna try and get the resin. It looks like this will be able to come off, and Pero right now trying to hold the one of the hills over there to the north of North George.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky right now for Pero. A lot of teams are tunneled in on this. You know, the smokes and the knocks have gotten everybody hungry for the points that they could potentially find. Adder's gonna do as much damage to the vehicle at the very least that he can get out of that, which is smart to do. Donawa, again, there was actually a trap set up here by New Happy. You didn't get to see it on camera. Hold the phone. Oh, Zenon able to trade that out with Gok. It's not too bad of a spray from him at all. And the rest of GEX, though, not in a position to really help him. Everybody's spread out. Let's see if they can pincer Maru and at least try to see if they can get some revenge.
And good initiation there by Zenon, but as you said, GEX positionally just not able to capitalize it. Seems like Maru will be able to get that res in. GEX just giving them so much time. You see Savior trying to roam in here on foot, but still a lot of distance to cover. Zelax seems to be vaguely aware of Yanli's position. And as it is right now, I mean, looks like Zenon's just going to go down.
Absolutely. There's just no way. I mean, GX was just so spread out here. If somebody gets knocked, it's going to take an immediate and forceful reaction to recover. And there is some kind of circling of the wagons up there. And here's Hikari. Oh, great shooting there with Lash to take Xiaolu out. And now let's see if they can get any. Oh, my God. Oh, God.
50-50 once again. I mean, this is still more likely to go to the north.
Barely.
But really anything can happen here.
It's like a 55% north, 45% south. More likely to go north just because of the way the water's shaped. But yeah, it's maybe 60% north. But it's still could end right by the river.
Yeah,
that's the crazy part.
Absolutely possible. We see GX finally coming in now, but Maru's already all in their vehicles, and that nade will get some good damage in on Sunyoung, but Savior not quite able to connect with the sprays just yet, and from this angle, nope, Maru's just going to go away, and I mean, that's just being out of position, not able to capitalize on that good initiation there by Zenon, and now we see even more teams trying to rotate. Looks like the Freaks are kind of gambling this is going to be going quite close to the river. They want to hold this bridge front. I kind of like this 2-2 split, but it's dangerous.
I don't mind this at all from the Freaks because the way they're reading the circle, and I think they're right, is that this is getting closer to the river than not.
Yeah.
So playing from the river is a pretty safe way, and they're hedging their bets on both sides of it. I don't mind that. I honestly think that's actually a pretty good play in a bad circle like this when you're not in one of the ideal compounds that's along the river edge anyway.
Yeah, infantry right now with a 2-2 split and two really great compounds.
By the way, okay, so I can finally talk about this maybe, because maybe there's no fighting. So New Happy and Donawa, New Happy sent 2 out to leave Yasnaya, but they left 2 behind, and they tricked Donawa into maybe thinking they had left, or but they ratted it out and got 2 kills on Donawa before the other 2 pieced out. So kind of a little bit of a mind game there done by New Happy to, I guess, win the fight this time around.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you get those points, it's good, but like, we keep going back to this George fight and how these teams kind of cannibalize each other, and that's why New Happy, one of the best teams in the world right now, is sitting in 9th place, and Donawa, one of the best teams in Korea, is almost at the bottom of the rung.
Well, New Happy here finds the northern edge. This is that compound that Tai Lu and 17 fight over every once in a while. Okay, this is you got to be careful getting out in the water here. I mean, Lash probably fine. It's actually pretty hard to hit people there. The real problem is if you get caught out on these slopes, there isn't a ton of cover. Now, Hong can't probably stick out here for too long himself because you can see that it is a rather exposed position. But Maru gonna, oh goodness, Wang Zai runs out of bullets, gets a little bit of damage.
Yeah, Maru wants to crash this compound, and they might not be aware, but infantry actually only has a 2-2 split, so It's 4 men against 2 here right now as Maru's pushing the envelope right now. Yaka takes a little bit of damage coming in. He's going to pop the kit here on the first floor, and that's a lot of utility going down in infantry. They're coming in to defend, but Donawa, they've set up a bridge camp right here. Longskirk taking a lot of damage, but not getting knocked. Soul not quite able to connect with those sprays, and now infantry reinforcing. It's 4-on-4 right now as Maru maybe missing an opportunity that they didn't realize they actually quite had there with infantry kind of running thin there on the split.
Yeah, it would have been real nice for Maru if Donawa had been able to get at least one of infantry trying to cross. Now, Longzai did get knocked. Tianbei here is cutting through the edge of GEX, but they are taking knocks themselves. Sungyoung, that Molly's not going to connect with anyone if he throws it where I think he's going to throw it. SSR has a good opportunity for a point potentially, but a headshot there from 7-7 sends him packing. I don't know if that's going to be enough to get the res or not. No, it is not. Yan Li has an angle.
Yeah, GEX getting another point right there on the board as this fight continues over here in this eastern compound. Volibear taking a little bit of damage from 17, who's even getting in on the action. And oh man, Little Ghost has a great angle on this. So many windows exposed.
Oh, that first grenade bounced out. Hit the windowsill and didn't go in.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of that already here in this compound fight.
Yeah, you can see how tense it is for Maru. Is they know who they're up against, a team that was playing out of their minds yesterday. And Volibear is going to get Sungyoung here. Gak tries to get around the corner, almost gets Lin. Lin on 1 HP, quite literally.
Ooh.
And it's Gak as well now on very close to 1 HP, able to escape this. Donawa showed up to the party.
Oh, here we go. Zelax coming in. Zelax defends it against Longskirk with a shotty right there. Great defense by him. And Volibear, on the spray. Look at that. He's popping off. He got 2 knocks back to back. Can he get a third?
Oh, he doesn't quite get it, but Lin's there to cover him, and he's the last one alive for infantry. Is Donawa going to try to finish that fight? They should, in my opinion. They're sitting on the outside of that compound. Meanwhile, Tianba is trying to continue to push up the hill. There you go. That's good for Donawa. You know what? Take what points you can get. Third party these fights. I like that.
Yep, that's the way a lot of these Korean teams need to play, man. Play to 3P, play for position, get aggressive, take these fights. We haven't seen it too much out of the Korean teams in this lobby. It's mostly been China pulling off the aggression. But I mean, score those points any way you can, as we see LZ is actually in a little bit of a pickle. Might be an understatement, but
SSR doesn't have a helmet. He's got a 3 vest and a helmet. Like, that's like a Tale of Two Cities there. Feels bad,
just
man.
pull that vest up over your face, SSR. Get a little bit of protection, man. But
or just blast him.
Yeah,
just blast him.
I mean,
that works too.
You don't take any damage. You don't need any armor. That's the way it works, right?
tap your forehead on that one.
Of course, it's a headshot that takes him down.
Yeah, that's all you needed there for Tong. Well, Donawa here now, they took the points they could, and the problem with that is yes, they will probably die, but at the end of the day, like, you're still getting points. You're still 1 or 2 is better than 0.
Yeah, I mean it's so tough for these teams like Donawa and New Happy to rotate out of Yasnaya, battered and bruised, and late into the circles and come away with points. It's been a gauntlet these teams have kind of put themselves through out of pride and maybe a little bit of stubbornness.
Yeah, all right. Circle is going to hard shift up to the north here on phase 5. Pretty interesting hard shift that it does it now and not previously as much.
Yeah.
I mean, well, I guess I thought maybe this might stick closer to the river based on the fact that, it was 50-50 on phase 3. Of course, on phase 4, it has to move away from the water as much as it can. But I thought maybe we might get lucky and get something right down by the river. But not to be the case, as we are going to drift up to those kind of edges of mountains on the side. Oh, Shanghai, that does not feel good.
And if I'm not mistaken, if we have a quick second to talk about this, Pero's actually on the hill that they had that crazy push against infantry on, if I'm not mistaken.
It's close to it if it's not the same one.
It's either that one or the one to the east, but this is like a position they've been having a lot of success with already here in week 2. And Ghibli and 17 going off. A little bit of fighting right now as Zhaohai is going to try and get the flush there on Suju. Not quite able to connect with even with a bounce.
He's trying to hold for the follow-up. Maybe
oh, no.
Oh, the freaks. They're not even looking up on this hill? How do you not expect somebody to be up there? There's a car up here. Why are you not looking this way? All right, well, they're going to get this. I just don't understand.
Yeah.
And the grenade! Oh, they get him with Lil Ghost, but not before Lil Ghost gets 2 knocks out there on the edge.
That was quite awkward to say the least right now as Zhaohai continuing to try and clean this up. And really awkward position right here is 17's peeking when he has the nade in his hand. Zhaohai on the skin of his teeth is going to get out of that, but Xiao Bei coming in with another frag. Oh, Zhaohai, he's just dodging everything right now, man.
How is he still alive? He's even got the full med kit sitting in there, so he's going to be able to get up to full health in a second. 17 Gaming doing everything they can to save Suju over here. Little Ghost is going to go down to the Freaks, but you know he did a lot of damage at the very least. The problem is the rest of his team was busy dealing with Xiaohai.
In the meantime, Tyloo and Jufu, two of the top teams battling it out right now, as Xiaoyu DD is going to get Sia on a knock. That is only 2 players up for Tyloo, up to 3 of Jufu now, and CC is going to go up to the top floor here. See if we can get something to work. Lots of nades, though, man. This urban warfare it's brutal.
It is, and you know, it's all about the grenades and the stuns and those kinds of things. Jufu's just going to leave this, but not before they open themselves up to CC. What a response from Angong, though. He absolutely spins on a dime and puts CC down. That's huge for Jufu. That gives them a lot of extra space to maneuver to get inside this building and potentially win this fight. They had no business doing this.
That was actually brilliant by Jufu. They made that rotation, and they knew that somebody was going to be peeking for that window, so they throw the Molotov at 1 second really quick as Tongs is popping off. He's going to get one with a molly and then one with a spray. Talk about that in a little bit as Hong going to try and go for the res here on Xiaoyu DD. These teams really going blow for blow right now, and man, there's chaos all over the map.
Jufu, I thought they were going to turn this fight on its head, but it's now Tyloo's turn to punch back. Meanwhile, Pero is just absolutely just having a field day out there. All right, so Tongs is very weak. He's the only one left for Tyloo. Xiaoyu DD trying to get in there.
Both these players on 1H right now, man.
Yeah, they got to heal. They got to heal, and Tongs watching this fight from afar. Just look at the map. Meanwhile, the Freaks can't push any further forward in front of Ghibli. Ghibli's just holding the line in their compound, and that's a toughie. At least EN is going to be able to probably pick up a point as he tries to dodge some more grenades. I think he has enough room to prone under here. Well, Gumin's got grenades. He should be done.
Yeah, we'll see if that one's able to connect. That is a really nice nade right there, and that's going to be it for EN. The Freaks are out here in number 7th in this lobby. Match number 22 is Tiamba did get a knock over here on, I think, one of the Jufu players, if I'm not mistaken. And AZ now, Petrichor Road, can they defend this hill? They've been really great at this hill warfare on this side of the map so far, but this is New Happy they're up against, and this is a 4-player New Happy, something we really haven't seen a lot of on this map.
Oh, what a grenade from Aches left. He continues to just be absolutely magic. Not going to try to follow up with one of his own, but it's Aches left with another one. Finally, they're able to put him down, but not after he's able to do some pretty decent damage there. Ghibli trying to come in third part of this fight. They should. AZ up over the top on a Ming Ming. HS able to respond himself, and in the long run, it will be New Happy able to win this. Ghibli should hammer this. They got to take New Happy out.
Yeah, Ghibli coming in right now. They have 2 players up, but New Happy is really bruised. They're suffering a lot. They got to get all of these reses in right now. Only 1 player standing and 3 knocked. Ghibli, you got to push this. You got to go as fast as you can. You let New Happy get these reses up, and it's going to be a very different fight. That nade not quite able to connect. So close.
This is, I mean, even if both reses come through for New Happy, that's a disaster.
Yeah.
That's a 3v2 here. They've got Nan and Zepion hanging out over the side of the hill. Gumin able to get the spray down, though, onto Zepion. But now the response from Nan is almost good enough to fire right at his feet. He's able to dodge it, so it's some fancy footwork. Able to get around the side. Heaven now going to lead the way with some stuns. What a grenade from Nan. Right on the money onto Gumin. And they are going to win that fight.
Wow. That was a fantastic Molotov there by Ghibli.
Tom's
really
gonna
well
win this
done.
game.
That's going to take 3 of them. But yeah, look at this. New Happy only down to 1 player now. And Tiamba, Tong continuing to be trouble, man. He's going to New Happy. Oh, Tong getting some serious points for his team. I think 2 or 3 kills now.
There's 4 players left, and it's phase 6.
It's just so action-packed. I mean, the circle just kept going every which way, and the teams, they have to rotate, they have to play the odds, they have to play the circle. And now it's just a very sparse field. This is about as action-packed as it's going to get. Is Zhao Yang trying to spray right now and get Xiaoyu DD. Not quite able to connect, but we're going to have a little bit of a slowdown now, a little bit of breathing room as Tyloo, the only team with 2 players up. They really want to pad this lead, but it goes to say that 3 of the top 4 teams are still alive in this lobby. A lot of placement points on the line, if not kills.
I think Tong can definitely win this, especially if he wins this fight against Xiaoyu DD. You know, Xiaoyu DD is trying to get underneath on the other side of this hill. Tong's throwing some smokes, I think, as bait or trying to, you know, distract, trying to fool with where he's going to be rotating to. Zhao Yang and Tongs can just kind of take their time on this, wait for these 2 players potentially to kind of engage each other, get an idea of where they are based on the sound cues, and then make their move off of that. So it very well could be a Tyloo in here as well.
Yeah, a lot of teams have a chance right now. It really depends on what happens with this 1v1, and Tyloo just playing this so conservatively. I like this play out of Tyloo. They know that Xiao UDD and Tong are both on the northeastern side, and if they can just wait it out, I mean, a 2v1, as long as you take good angles and you trade it out, it's tough to lose those.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see Tong doesn't want to push up over that hill if he doesn't have to. Just wait and see if anybody's going to push him. And, you know, in this moment, that's the right play.
All right, Tyloo continuing to make the rotation right now. Not sure if they ever got a chance to see the top of Tong's head. He's trying to spot this rotation. He really doesn't want to get caught out, but some shots coming in now for Tyloo that will reveal their position. Not that it was too much of a secret, but now at least the other two players know that there hasn't been any big rotation just yet. Meantime, I mean, Xiao UDD and Tong, they're just continuing to bide their time. They really don't want to get caught unaware, so they're playing this really cautiously.
Yeah, I mean, nobody wants to be the first to start this fight, right? Like,
yeah.
It's one of those situations where now, you know, normally you're happy to third party all over the place, but now, you know, whoever's the person not fighting gets to third party. So that's what you're waiting for here, and Tong is just going to chill. Xiao UDD might get spotted out here by Tong in just a second.
Maybe. That's kind of a cheeky angle he's holding right there, just prone on the side of Adacia. Tong going to continue to rotate around the side. He really doesn't seem to have an idea. And here you get a shot of Xiao UDD snaking a little bit. And man, he's a gunner right there. He's just ready, prone and looking for the top of the head. Not going to find it yet, though, as Tong's all the way down to the other side. And if he just happens to look over that hill, he will get a shot of Xiao UDD, but this is kind of smart by Xiao UDD because he knows that Tyloo, all the way down to the southwest side, they're kind of guarding that ridge line. Like, if Tong is going to try and go spot him out, he's going to be revealed to Tyloo, and that's kind of the canary in the coal mine for Xiao UDD to know that he needs to control his position. And here we go. The circle's going to center up a little bit here on Tyloo. Tong throwing some smokes now, trying to control his position on the top of this hill. He knows that he doesn't want to get shot by this ridgeline. I mean, you see the angle that Zhao Yang has there with the 6x DMR. Anytime that Tong gets exposed, it's going to be a lot of trouble. And he's just trying to find an angle right now. And here we go. A little bit of fire being shot right now. That player for Tyloo, Zhao Yang, is just on a skinny tree, so maybe you might want to rotate off of that. It's just kind of a precarious position for all of these players. As Paper Thin said earlier, it's tough. Nobody wants to be the first one to take this fight because that's when the domino effect starts happening and things just kind of fall apart. Here we go, Tong with initiation, but Xiao UDD getting so much damage in. Fantastic angle. That's Tong going down. Tyloo, they see that they're pouncing. They're moving on the map. They want to shut him down immediately.
Yeah, they want to just cut off all the space that they can here. Xiao UDD does have an angle here with this hillside to work with at the very least, but he's outside of the next circle. So, you know, that's only going to be good for the next, 50 seconds or so before the circle closes in, forces him out. He's going to have to win a great trade.
Yeah, Zhao Yang just continuing to move up on this hill. I love this, just playing the ridge line. Xiao UDD, no way. No way. Oh, was he gonna try and suicide and then he gets shot out?
No, he's gonna try drive-by. He was gonna try drive-by.
I was wondering though, that's such a peculiar play. I guess he just felt like he didn't have
other options.
The position to be able to control that. But Tyloo, very smart, very good, quality, patient play right there at the end. I mean, we've seen them earlier in week 1 and week 2. They play very aggressively when they need to, and now they're showing that they can also be patient and disciplined when they need to. Just waiting for the domino effect to start. Take that 2v1, we talked about it earlier. Coming in from the side was one of their players and setting up just the perfect angle.
Yeah, it's doing all the right things at the right time and barely holding on against, it was actually Jufu early on in that fight at the edge of North George. And both teams actually come through it somehow and were in the last 2 spots there. So kind of an odd ending in that way. Usually you would feel like one of those 2 teams would wipe the other out and come through and maybe get the win there. But you know what, Tyloo just weathering the storm and just kind of waiting patiently. New Happy there at a moment, had an opportunity where they took down Pero, and then Nan holds off a hero play against Ghibli. Ghibli just not quite able to get to that situation fast enough.
Yeah, and if that Molotov didn't go off on all the knock players for New Happy, maybe it's a completely different game, because if they have even 3 players up, that's a lot of manpower there in that late circle. Like, with the last 4 teams had very few, and that's going to be it for now. We're going to go to a break. We will be right back with one more Erangel map. Oh. Here we go. We get a little bit of a recap right now, folks.
you really want. Turn it up and do or die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do or die. Everything is on the line. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do or die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero.
Born ready.
Welcome back, everybody, to PCS6 Asia, where I choke on water and you talk over the highlights. Good job. Wow, we're really nailing it. I was choking for like the last 2 minutes of that game on my water. It was really bad. And
Happens.
then, yeah, and then you wanted to talk over the highlights. I mean, that's fine. You can do that if you want.
It happens. It happens. I got my crayons. I'll play with them later.
Yeah, exactly. We got plenty of crayons. Don't worry. We're swimming in them at this
Tianba, though, 14 points. Nice little win for them. And this was this was one of those maps where it felt like a lot of the top teams were gunning for spots, and people just weren't letting that happen, you know? I mean, like, Tianba right there and Tyloo, they were able to finish it out right there at the end, but there was so much action that we had, like, what, 4 players left?
Yeah.
At, like, phase 6? Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, everybody took the early gamble that one kill.
One kill.
Match. But everybody took that early gamble that the circle was going to end on the south side of the river, and then it did a 50-50, and then it went north. So everybody lost. Like, it's basically what it was. And Tyloo wins because they're the only team that's like, well, maybe we'll just stay in North Georgia and see because we dropped there anyway.
Yeah, they played it really smart. I mean, like, we've seen them get really aggressive when they need to be aggressive. We've seen them now be very patient when they need to be patient. Like that 2v1v1, played it perfectly. Just control space, wait until those guys inevitably fight, and then close in for the kill. Fantastic. Gonna give CC our player of the match. Only 1 kill, but 500 damage is solid.
Yeah, that's actually a lot of damage for 1 kill, to be honest.
Yeah, you know his teammates are picking all of them up. And with that, Tyloo holding on to rank 1 right now, 195 points, but it's still a very tight race. Petrichor Road moving all the way up to 2nd place, in Tianba Esports in Jufu, rounding it out all above 170.
Yeah, well, they've really separated themselves from the rest of the pack.
Yep.
I mean, it's going to take a monster day from anybody who's less than them now. Really, it's these 4 teams are kind of the lead horses by quite a mile. It's hard to imagine, even with, what do we have left? 8 games left, right? 8 games left.
Yeah.
You know, again, you can put up in a really, really good 8-game run, you can maybe put up 100 points at best. Like, if you're really, really just absolutely pounding, you can maybe get like 100 points. So there is a world where somebody like Infantry or Gen G or the Freaks or New Happy, well, probably not New Happy, but because they're fighting
because
beyond.
of Erangel.
Yeah. But those other teams, there is a world where it happens, but it has to start basically right now, and they have to start clapping to actually have any hope of getting through there as we move on to our last Erangel of the day, game number 3 here at PCS6 Asia, day number 5. See where we are going to go this go around. Maybe we'll get a little bit different. Maybe it was something a little bit different this time.
Yeah.
Northwest Erangel circles, they got to go. We've had too many. We need something different.
Yeah, we do. We've had 3 of them in the last 2 days now, and
it's not possible.
Luckily, we are not getting that this time. Of course, the first circle does need to touch the plane path, and we've had some pretty unique ones so far to start things out here today. I mean, we had a military island circle. We did have the Northwest, which is maybe a little bit more vanilla, but this one's really far east.
We've had too many Northwests. That's the problem. Too many Northwests. We need something different. So this one, maybe we'll get like a prison area or something like that, like Lumberyard.
Ooh, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
We haven't had one of those this tournament.
I don't think we have. It's been kind of weird that way.
Yeah, we actually haven't really had anything on the east side now that I think about it. I think we did have one finish.
South area.
Of, south of like Sky Garden is where that one wrapped up.
Yeah, we had one there. We had one east, like northeast of Yaz.
Oh boy.
Helen's getting punched. He's got to pull the trigger. He gets, well, salute. Soul are here to try to help, and they actually save his bacon. Now Nan here with a mutant of all guns, trying to do something, but Salute's got a shotgun, and I'll take that shotgun over that mutant in this situation.
Yep, 2 players already down there for New Happy, and 2 knocked now for Donowa as they try to salvage the situation, and this has kind of been the name of the game. These 2 teams just going head-to-head over here, and as Naya pretty much every single time is Salute trying to find an angle, peeks in with the door, but no, he's going to get taken out by HS, and yeah, we all know those shotties in these close ranges are tough to deal with. As our last remaining player, Soul for Donowa, trying to go in with a nade, not quite able to connect.
This started good for Donowa, but you know, New Happy able to get the better of it. And Soul not going to be able to react in time, and New Happy is going to win this go around.
So call it a win.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, as far as these things go, you lose 2 players, and now you go and do whatever you want the rest of the game, I suppose.
Yeah, anyone who's wondering why New Happy is so low in the rankings after week 1, this is pretty much the story. Every time on Erangel, these guys are hot dropping.
Why
they do not want to give it up.
That's the real question. That's the real question there, State. Why haven't you been watching?
That's true.
If they're coming in just now, no, it's okay.
It's okay.
Totally get it.
We still love you.
Yeah, we still love you.
Day 5, match 22 highlight. Zawahai with 4 kills. Heaven also with 4 kills. He's been bolting a bit so far in week number 2. And Nan, Volibear, Tong all with 3. Pretty even among these players. No one really running away with it like we saw Akesleft do earlier today.
Yeah, I mean, Akesleft had a huge game. Heaven, he's not going to bolt all the time. It's only, again, these players are only going to bolt when they have no choice.
Yeah.
Like, nobody in this lobby is a dedicated bolter.
Which is sad.
I mean, of course, it is sad, but we don't have a Uren, we don't have a Drassel here, a guy who just, you know, bolts pretty much all the time. Even I don't know if Drassel will bolt these days if he were to sub for the Sonics. Oh, no. Oh, that feels bad. Oh, Xiaohai.
Yeah, was Xiaohai in a vehicle, or did he just get caught out there? Actually,
he was in the vehicle. Yeah, he was in the vehicle.
Yeah.
And then he wasn't.
The way it goes sometimes, man.
Well, he went for the early rotation, and Adder had actually kind of moved out to J compound, and I don't think 4AM expected that. So
no,
a little bit of a cheeky maneuver there. I think just kind of a micro positional change for Ghibli in between, you know, rounds or games or days.
Yeah, always nice to make those little tiny adjustments. We see actually on the map, the donuts are going to be rolling in over to Rozog, so we'll see if they end up crashing some of these compounds and going for a fight. In the meantime, Tai Lu, your leaders right now at 195 points, looking to break 200 in this game. They're just going to be looting all the way down to the southwest by the ferry pier, and of course those compounds, north side, south side, as my friends like to call them, by the bridge. And just kind of happy to take this little quadrant of the map. Really not too much action in a circle like this. A lot of stuff in play.
Yeah, it's their alternate drop. They'd rather go North George, but instead they have to go farm when the plane path does not allow that. So they'll just go there and kind of sit in between Maru and Pero. Pero's already past Potato Mountain, and they're looking out to the, you know, middle of the circle, trying to establish some kind of foothold there.
And in the meantime,
this fight's long over. I don't know.
They just want all the utility they can get, man.
I mean, yeah, okay.
What are you gonna do? They are in the circle at least, but like if you're New Happy, I don't know. It just feels like there's never any good option when you're down two players this early in the game.
I mean, it is a little bit of an awkward, you know, event at this point because they're literally playing for that fight, and then after that, it's all just kind of, well,
guess we're alive now.
Yeah, we're alive. Now we have to go mess around for the next 25 minutes.
Yep. Wait until we get Erangel again tomorrow.
Yeah, see how many points we can rake out of this one.
And having the previous match, team kill leader for Ghibli. Ghibli's had a pretty good showing so far in week 2 after, honestly, not that great of a week 1. They're kind of on the way to top 8. They're just 4 points behind the Freaks.
They might pass. Yeah, they might even pass Gen G if they keep this up. I mean, Ghibli is one of the few Korean teams who does play with that aggressive style, where they kind of try the third-party stuff. I mean, against New Happy there, they played a little scared in that fight against Nan, and I think that kind of actually cost them because it gave enough time for a res to come through, and also for New Happy to at least kind of get its bearings at least enough to recover in that fight. But regardless, Ghibli does at times try the third-party things and be a little bit aggressive. Yeah, infantry will do this. They will every once in a while. They're one of those teams who, like, it's almost like they roll a dice, and if it comes up a 20, then they're gonna bridge camp.
Yep, it's just the way it goes. I mean, with a circle like this, you know the Freaks, they love to drop at military base. Was right in the plane path. They're going to be making that rotation on one of these bridges. And long skirt and infantry, they will be more than happy to camp the west side one. And Akada might be moving over there. He does have a vehicle, still picking up more loot, as is E-End over here in this compound. And I mean, with Hikari rolling over to the west, it makes me think that they might actually go by that bridge.
Yeah, and the problem with crossing this bridge is the teams on the other side can hide themselves enough that you don't know that they're there. So you got to be real careful. You can scout it all you want, but until you get there, you don't know for sure. So
yeah,
it's a little bit tricky as, yeah, everybody's just chilling. This is like one of the most bland, vanilla, middle-of-the-road circles we've had so far. So
especially given the plane path, I mean, like pretty much everybody's drop spot was already in this. And whenever you don't have those rotations early, usually don't have too many fights. But actually, Hong Hong getting a really nice pick there on Tongs. Zhao Yang from Tyloo going to try and give some returning fire, but Hong Kong is able to get the flush before he goes down the edge of that slope. And nice little cheeky play for him. And now Tyloo kind of revealing their position. Pero's trying to get in on this with some DMR action from a couple 100 meters out. Hong Hong just kind of retreating back to his teammates' compound, and they will be happy to take that kill away from, or get that pick on Tyloo, I should say, because Tyloo, they are the team to beat at 195, and Jufu sitting pretty at 174. They want to bridge that gap any way they can.
Yep, they got the point, and they wisely, move right back and kind of consolidate their positions. I don't see a whole lot else going on the map. V7 is the only team playing north of the river in case it does do what we just saw last game where it hard shifts up there. USG is just to the west of the Yaz fields, just chilling. There's nothing super interesting. Tianba's on the move. The Freaks actually either sniff this out or decide to go the other way for one reason or another. I'm not too sure.
Yeah.
Maybe there was a vehicle that infantry accidentally left a little bit of it, poking out from the side of something, and you can just see here, infantry's waiting, and they will be not getting their prize this time around.
Wangzai just kind of playing with that gun a little bit impatiently, waiting for them to come by, but unfortunately for them, they will be getting no action. And man, look at these beautiful skins. If you guys want to buy any PCS6 skins, 30% of that does go to the players, directly contributed to the prize pool. Fantastic way to get some swag in-game and support your favorite players, favorite team, favorite esport. No way not to do it. No reason not to do it, really.
Unless you're, broke. Then go, I don't know. Up some pocket change, do what you got to do.
Go search the couch.
Yep, exactly. The Freaks here, yep, they are going to just be taking this bridge. It is free. There should be zero issues, barring some kind of weird vehicle mishap where they roll it or something, but should be fine for the Freaks to move on forward. There's nobody even really in the bottom, eighth of the circle, so they've got quite a bit of space. Infantry has decided enough's enough. They're not coming. Usually teams will come right at the edge of the blue or right ahead of it. They are not doing so, so we can move in. And again, this doesn't cost infantry much because they like to play edge anyway. Most teams are going to try to center up early, so they can just they can afford to make these maneuvers.
Oh yeah, the time loss for infantry is pretty much nothing there. Because especially in a circle like this, we've already seen, there's pretty much no action in the first 10 minutes. It's few and far between besides that hot drop and that one pick by Jufu on Tyloo. And the Freaks are going to be really happy rotating in from Milton.
Oh my god.
That is a circle.
It did it again.
When you said that V7 was on the north side of the river, and maybe it'll go that way, I was internally just thinking not a chance, but my goodness.
Think that. But here we go, and now it's going to be kind of a repeat of what we saw in the last game. It should be a little less bloody. There's a little bit more space to maneuver. There's a lot more bridges. You can go around Yaz, and Onyx pops a tire onto Hong Hong. That spins him out, but he can't hit any other shots. And he's going to have to try to drive away and hope that no one can return the favor on him. His teammate hits him as he spins out, but I think they're okay. They're able to recover.
Yeah, nice recovery there. And Genji actually suffering very little damage. I say that, but then Spear gets a headshot and a body shot and is now pretty much close to 1H. Hera right behind that. And man, everything's happening now is the Donuts and Ghibli are going head-to-head. Lambu's taking the fight right now. He will get Shiva on 1 HP. Heaven trades out with Americano and Donuts. They fall right away. Ghibli with an immaculate fight there. Takes that to the Donuts.
All All right, GX trying to cut around the north side of Yaz as they usually do. A little bit later than normal, but this is a pretty typical rotation for them. Maru just underneath, and going to be a little bit closer to the lake edge as they make their way in. Infantry's long skirt is going to be out front gathering info for his team as they came in late, and this circle shift is really challenging for Infantry now as it has gone way to the north. 17 right ahead. Genji's still on the move. They're going to wrap around Pero. A little bit of a dangerous maneuver here. There's a timing where Petrichor Road can hit some shots, but it's just Ming there, so I think Genji's okay.
Yeah, Genji doing a great job threading the needle, I should say, and Jufu even helping out a little bit with some covering fire there on Pero, trying to get a knock in. Genji, they've taken a lot of vehicle damage. Spear only at half HP. You got to think they're going to try and vie for a position as soon as they can, because you can't keep getting lucky like this. But now we got 4 a.m. The cavalry coming in. They love to take these fights. They get the knock there on Pudding, and they're hungry for the points. Ooh, oh, what a nade!
Oh, it blew the vehicle in a way less. Oh, that is just unbelievable. And now Blue trying to do some damage to V7. Gomp's got a pretty good angle on him, gonna get the knock. Great repeat there. 2-star trying to buy some time, seeing if they can finish for agreement off. What a grenade.
Yeah, that nade was absolutely nuts right now in LZ. Yeah, it looks like he's gonna try and go for the fire right now. 4 a.m. They do have 2 players knocked as V7 is going for res in the smoke. 2 players up for V7, but 2 more soon to be resurrected. And right now, the clock is ticking on LZ. He's got to make something happen really fast if he's going to win this out.
He's got 5 frags.
That's
a lot.
That's one way to do it.
Wait, did they not get the res on the Django?
I thought they were going for it.
Yeah, what happened there? I'm not too sure. Didn't quite catch it. That grenade's not going to be anywhere near anybody on V7. Now, I guess they decided it'd be more prudent to have 2-star to make sure to check the flank to make sure he wasn't coming around. That's actually not a bad idea for V7.
Yeah, but V7 going to hold that off for now, and now Pero rotating in as LZ is trying to set up some smokes, and he will get a res on way less unless V7 pushes this, and it doesn't look like they want to. They're rotating back to the north. They don't want any more of this fight. Happy to take the points where they got them and then vie for position as we see the circle closing in now. Wonder if we're going to get another hard shift.
Not sure. Show out on his own for 17. I think he was angling towards this fight with 4 a.m. and V7 to try to get some points. Oh, Max Zora just gets absolutely blasted by Tong on the way in, and now he needs help. Renba's super weak too. Genji split a bit as the rest of the team is trying to get here. Renba's going to go down to Tong. Spear's down as well, and now it's just Anonix who barely saves his team's day.
And with that, Genji's going to move all the way up to 5th place, trying to stay alive. There is still quite a gap between them and the top 4, but you get those reses, you get a big win. Things can happen. It's got to start now for Genji if they want to make something happen.
That was really, really close to being a really disappointing start. This is Ghibli. Again, they're the team from Korea that likes to do this stuff, where they will get involved in the third parties. They're going to throw that grenade in the door, and now the alarm bells start ringing for Genji that there could be another team danger close, and it is Lambu landing a good one onto Maxora. The follow-up could be devastating as well. Bounces in here, and yes, it's good enough to get Renba. Lambu, last grenade in the bag, coming on in, and it's going to finish off Maxora.
Man, Genji just having a really rough go of things right now. It's so hard to take cover from nades, especially with all of that. But no, don't vault there, Lambu. No, he gets taken out there by Anonix, and his teammates are going to try and run in right now. Adder even driving in with a smoke. He doesn't know where Anonix is, though.
Oh, he took some of that grenade, too. He's going to jump up and get the finish onto Renba. Still hasn't really figured out where Anonix is. Take some damage himself. Anonix going to seat swap, going to pop in here. Last time around, this didn't go so good for Anonix, and it's not going to again. Trying to get in through the smokes, and GX getting roasted here by 17.
Yeah, Show with 2 quick knocks right there. Fantastic play by him. Infantry even trying to get on this action, try and steal some of those kills. I think actually Maru, Gak, and Delax picked up those, if I'm not mistaken. A lot of 3P going on in these houses, and you see why there's such wide sight lines as the Freaks are making their rotation in now. And this is right on that Maru compound.
They're going to have to go underneath it, I think. I think they're going to ignore Maru. And they have to go. Basically, the only place you can go is the hills on the other side of the road. There's nothing else to play on the east side of the road. Everything's taken there. So you're going to have to go up into the higher ground with the extra foliage and the trees to try to find something. The side of that hill is really, really precarious.
Yeah, there's really not a lot of coveted land in a circle like this. I mean, some of the compounds are good, but besides that, like just looking at this angle Ian has, it's so flat. The tree cover is so sparse that these teams, they're going to try and fight for the best positions they can, but like you see the Freaks, like this is all they can muster right now is this kind of, I don't even know what to call this, kind of improvised fortifications right here with these two Dacias and a UAS.
It's tough. I mean, they want to get center circle, but at what cost? You know, this is this kind of strategy that just hasn't been working for the Korean teams. They go for these dips in the middle of the circle, phase 3, and okay, you're in the middle of the circle, sure, cool, but a lot of teams are going to be able to see you here pretty soon on that exposed cliffside.
Yeah, especially with as many players as we have up right now. I mean, 38 alive, that's a lot of players. The Chinese players, they love to play edge, they love to play aggressive, and you get 360 surround, it's unlikely that your Death Blade's going to have cover from every single angle. And now, Tyloo making this rotation in. Luckily for the Freaks, they do have a pretty nice sightline on this from that hill as Tyloo gets even closer, and you see the damage is coming in. Hikari trying to make some connections with the SLR-CC. Basically, one bullet away from destruction right now is, man, he lost a tire, he's going down.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, he's done. CC going to be cleaned up by EN there. Tyloo has no choice but to take a dangerous, precarious spot themselves. They're left on the bad side of this circle shift, so this is, it's definitely not what Tyloo is looking to do, but options running low at this point. So let's see. I mean, maybe they can make this work. Maybe the Freaks can make theirs work. Good teams sometimes do, hold these positions out.
Yeah, at least until those hilltops become occupied and people start peeking over the ridge lines, you can then things can quickly unravel for those teams on the slope. And New Happy's HS, one of the two remaining players there from Yaz for New Happy, just trying to find anything they can. But Ghibli, they want to flush him out, and that's a fantastic nade. Well played there by Adder, just perfect trajectory. Knows HS is in that smoke, and that's going to be it for him.
Yep, there you go. Even if that last grenade didn't connect the vehicle.
That car went so far.
Yeah, the vehicle was blowing up one way or another, and I think that explosion from the grenade just helped it do what it already was going to do, and that blast in outer space.
Man, fishing for something in his car, and he finds it, but Volleybear, quick on the draw, is going to get him down, and that's New Happy going down 12th in this lobby. They do move all the way up to top 8, but maybe not for long, as we have a lot of players in the top 7 here still in this circle. And right now, kind of a question for me is how many points are Tyloo going to be able to pick up, if any, because that position is very precarious. And, Pero and Jufu, they got some players up. They really want to come out with some high kill games, and Pero, they've been on fire.
Yeah, and Pero's just waiting on the edge here, and they've got a lot of space to work with. So I think for Pero, this could be a pretty solid game, potentially, depending on how some of their fights go. They're going to have to win a fight or two along the way, but if they do, yeah, absolutely, they're going to catch Tyloo. So we'll see. We just are waiting. Jufu's going to take an edge of their own, and this is underneath V7's position, so they should be A-okay. Just for a little bit. They have enough space where they can wait this circle out at the very least.
Yeah, and V7 in that compound probably not going to be flushed out just yet until maybe the next circle, but as you see on the map right now, 4 AM to the west side, Pero to the right, this is pretty talent-heavy position on the south side with V7 right in the middle in that compound, and man, just centering up there on the Freaks, they're going to be happy with this.
We'll see if they are.
I mean, they're going to be happy for now.
Yeah.
And then the walls close in and things might fall apart.
Yeah, I'm a little worried. I mean, already Ghibli's starting to pepper them a little bit. And like you were talking about, eventually teams are going to start coming up the hill from the other side. It's a tough position to hold for an entire match. You can see, though, as Veronica 7 now has to play defense. As we have Jufu, who has climbed up this hill. Hang in the shack. Is looking. He was just checking. Yes. Well, yeah. He was checking to see what that vest was, what the condition was. There is a window there, in case you didn't know, and that lets you kind of throw some stuff in and out. He's going to go for the grenade upstairs. Oh, we might have gotten a decent timing on that.
Yeah, that was pretty good, man. These players are so good at just reading audio cues and knowing exactly where their opponent is and how to balance it. It's so incredible. Yen. I mean, this is the.
It sucks.
It's the problem with playing a position like this. It's really tough. Like you see this angle that Maru has, I mean.
Yeah, okay, so the Freaks' position was safe from Maru 2 circles ago because there were trees in the way. Now they're not, because Maru had to push forward out of their compound. And so now that's given Maru the sight lines on the Freaks. So it's tough now, for sure. I think they might be able to get that res, though.
We'll see. Jufu continuing to push in on this. His infantry's kind of trying to get the best idea of what's going on in the circle as they make their move in. Hong now holding this angle on the top floor. No one in there quite yet. 2-star just above. Oh, that was rough.
Ouch.
No. Ouch is perfect for that, yeah.
Yeah, Hong Hong got on top of this roof and nobody knew.
Yep, Pudding's coming out the stairs now. Hong Hong still holding the angle, but maybe not expecting one quite this tight. Xiaoyang in the back is going to be healing. Hong Hong not reloading. 12 bullets in the back. He knows that he can use that to spray somebody down if they come in his sight lines. In the meantime, a lot of fighting going on as infantry and 4AM gunning for this position over here on the west side. Trading blow for blow as LZ is going to go down, and it's just Wang Zai up for infantry if I'm not mistaken.
Longsker is there, but he's...
Oh, they're far off, yeah.
He's trying to go for the res, so he's a little bit off. Chao Yang and Sia, Sia's very weak. That grenade's anywhere near him. Yep, there you go. That's going to finish it. So just Zhao Yang left. Going to grab the meds off his fallen comrade. Infantry, I think, got one res. Great. Able to kind of absorb some bullets for Hong Hong. And that's going to be V7 out. And Jufu, I was going to say they could probably get both these reses, but there's actually somebody from 4AM pushing. It's Wayless.
Yep.
And here he comes. He's got one.
Wayless coming in on the angle now. Gets a really nice initiation, but they know they're there. Wayless does not want to give him any time to get these reses off. He's going to go ahead and throw a Molotov at... Oh, that nade almost gets him. 16 HP right now. Wayless really wants to secure these kills. In the meantime, another nade coming down by Xiaolu is going to do a lot of damage over there. Infantry also in trouble. 4AM kind of fighting on two fronts right now, and it's falling apart on the western side now, just up to Wayless. And I'm not sure he's able to push his position if Jufu gets these reses up.
Yeah, and he already used his last frag grenade, did Wayless. He had one in the bag when we last saw him. We cut over to his teammate died, we cut back. Wayless is no longer having a frag grenade, and it didn't connect enough, and Jufu actually, looks like they're going to get all four members. Wayless, he had them basically down to a 1v1, and he couldn't really ever get close enough, and now Pero is just going to try to encircle Jufu, try to camp them, and the good news here for Pero is I don't think anybody can do anything about it. It's not like we saw with the Freaks when they tried to encompass Jufu on Miramar the other day.
Yeah, and you see that terrain that Pero is working with right there is really fantastic. But Hong Kong with some nice shooting there is prone, is going to be able to get Ming, but Ming fires back with the DMR. That's Hong Kong going down. Petrichor Road now going for the res. And Jufu's in a lot of trouble.
Ooh, but this grenade, if it's on the money, could be devastating. Oh, it's just short. Mill now going to respond with a grenade of his own, a headshot there. That's a lot of damage being done. Mill's going to finish one, knock another. Now Ix left trying to peek around the corner with the SLR to finish the job, not able to connect enough to get it done. But Xiao Yang, the blue, has arrived, and he is done. And that is going to be Jufu going out.
Yeah, and Pero's going to be really happy to control the southern side of this map. And Maru on a big rotation right now off screen. In the meantime, the Freaks trying to defend their position any way they can as Ghibli's fighting for it. Adder with a lot of nades, just not quite able to connect.
Maru's going to backfill onto Pero there. Starts trying to kind of sandwich them in between the teams in front. Ghibli just trying to hold this hillside underneath the Freaks. Ran out of frag grenades, has Gyumin, but a lot of kills for Ghibli in this one. Pero now under a lot of pressure. The grenades are great here from Yacha and Delax. They get a bunch of Pero down. Only AZ left. He's trying to heal. If that one bounces far enough, it's GG. And that one's going to get it. Maru wipes out Pero.
Man, Maru with just so many nades placed perfectly lights up Pero, knocks them out of the lobby, and now they're gunning to get in. Yaka with a really good kill there, but it's tough to play those south sides, man. They get cleaned up right now, and the Freaks, I mean, we were doubting them in that position. It was a precarious one, but they had been making it work.
Everybody cleaned each other up on the top of the hill is what happened. Everybody just fought each other on the top of the hill.
Everybody until infantry. Wang Zai and Lin are starting to come in. Now you see them starting to close that gap. They know that they've heard all this action down here. They've heard all the frags, all the shooting. They know the Freaks are down there, and Lin already with a nade. He's going to peek up, get a pinpoint on this position and throw it, but the Freaks, they're spreading out already. Nice nade does get Ikari. Wang Zai finishes him off with a headshot.
It's almost over for the Freaks if another good grenade connects. Yeah, only one left on their feet, and even taking damage from 17 is EN. So Lin here going to start throwing smokes as he knows he has to go down this hill eventually. Yep. 17's fortifying this position to try to give themselves some space. There's the finish there for Lin. Infantry has an opportunity. Adder's trying to rat this out. You can see him on your screen here to try to see if he could get any more damage into these two trailing members of 17.
If he's able to get any damage done on them, that might change the dynamic of this fight, because right now 17, they do have the, or infantry, excuse me, they do have the high ground advantage. but absolutely not the circle advantage. They have to push into 17's position, and 17, they know this. You see Show rotating over here on the motorbike. He's going to try and set up the best concave he can to reinforce his position, moving on this rock, and this is great territorial control. 17 just taking point right on the side of that hill.
And it gets ahead of Adder, so that just leaves kind of Lil Ghost to be a problem for Adder potentially, and so that makes things much more manageable potentially for 17. You know, obviously Lil Ghost could just lose the fight or just never even see Adder. I don't know if they even know he's over there just yet, as he's pretty tunneled in onto infantry. And you know, 17 wants to completely fan out. Yet another crate's coming in. There's a lot of level 3 gear being gifted to these players late in this one.
Well, Adder knows he wants that. He's got a broken level 2 vest right now, so if he can get on that crate, he'll be very happy. And he might get an angle on Show.
Oh,
I'm not sure.
He's going to go for Lin.
Oh, Show gets him.
Oh. Oh, this should be GG right here. There you go. 17 Gaming is going to win the last Erangel of the day. Pretty big kill numbers there, and gets them right back in the equation, right back in our thoughts as to a team that has the potential to maybe make a run and start competing for the title.
Yeah, they're going to move all the way up in top 6 now, 144 points. That is about 50 points behind the leaders still. But, I mean, it just takes a couple games to get really hot. Like we just saw Petrichor Road yesterday put up 63 points.
Yeah.
We've got, what, 6 maps left now? 7?
Seven.
Something like that?
7.
Some kind of numbers.
One more.
You guys know this.
We got 2 more today and then 5 tomorrow.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
I mean, you can put up a lot of points in that time span if you get hot. We've seen it before.
Absolutely. I mean, in theory, in a 7-game stretch, I'm trying to think, like, what's the most I've ever seen? Probably like 90 points-ish.
It's a lot of points.
Yeah.
It's a lot of points. I mean, 17 Gaming, they kind of did something like this at the end of Champions League in the most recent season, where they had a pretty all-right start, maybe not the best, but then they just caught fire right at the end and almost came back to beat New Happy. I think they were 4 points behind, finishing in 2nd place there. So they definitely can come through in those clutch moments.
Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely correct. 17 is a team you can never count out. Infantry still very much in this as well. Jufu continues to just kind of be a thorn in the side of everybody. You know, they're hitting you at unexpected times and getting points. Wayless here just couldn't really find the space he needed to finish off Jufu. Pero does the job, but then Pero gets taken down by a great maneuver here by Maru. I really like this move by Maru. Instead of trying to play like underneath Ghibli or trying to fight for that position on the hillside, they're like, you know what? There's a lot of points available on top of this hill. Let's clean them up. And I think that was honestly the best move they could have made there.
Yeah, I mean, it was fantastic. The nade play there was just absolutely perfect. They clean it up. And Ghibli over there in that fight. Adder does get picked up by 17, and then 17 cleans up infantry. Really well played, rounding that out.
Cho's putting up a huge performance in this tournament, by the way. He is absolutely fragging out of his mind. I think coming into today, he was at like 1.9 kills per game, and he's unbelievable. That's why we call him Showtime. He is just nuts. I mean, he's one of my favorite players to watch in the world and has been for years and years and years. And you can see why. With 17, you know, he's been on this team for, I don't know, long time. I'm not going to try to throw a guess out there because one way or another, somebody's going to be like, well, you're off by a month. I'm like, all right, man.
Yeah, but 17,
right,
I mean,
yeah,
they are solid. They have what it takes.
Yeah, of course it is.
They have the potential to get a lot of chickens in a short span of time, and got some interesting stats for you right here as we see the utility usage over the course of this, and infantry leading the charge there with 35 kilometers. I mean, had a lot of people traveling great distances on Erangel so far today, man. We've had some very interesting circles that kind of make these guys play these like nomadic play styles where they have to bounce from one location to another. It can never settle down.
Yeah, infantry had to go all, you know, they tried that bridge camp at the very beginning.
Yeah.
Freaking never showed up. You know, they sent out the invitations. They had a party, but nobody RSVP'd, man. They're the, you know.
Saddest birthday party of all time.
They're the saddest Pepe of all time, man.
Oh, man, Ghibli actually, look at that utility. 21 smokes, 19 frags. 19 frags? That's a lot of frags.
That's a ton. That's a ton of just util used by Ghibli in general.
Same with 17.
But Ghibli, you know, think about this. Like, their third-party timings today have been really good.
Yeah.
They've looked a lot better today than anybody else from Korea.
They've made some really good adjustments.
Yes.
You know, I always, I was wondering, I think it was yesterday you said that, like, maybe there is some alternate reality, or like Doctor Strange is seeking, where Ghibli could come back and win this thing. And they haven't really had the performance that leads to that ending, but they certainly have turned it around since you said that. They've been playing really well here in week 2. They're playing more aggressive. They're taking more confident fights. It's exciting to see.
Yeah, they're going to maybe come out of this as the best team in Korea with the way they're playing right now. I don't, you know, from the Korean region, I don't see how that's not possible with every other team playing scared, playing for central circle positions that just aren't going to net them a ton of points. I mean, look at this. Afrika's not even on this board.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, Afrika got 3rd or 4th place, whatever it was in terms of positions, but they got like 0 kills, not many kills. And they just got stuck there and just got ripped apart, you know, in the late game. And the only reason they got as deep as they did is because a whole bunch of teams were busy fighting on that hillside.
Yeah, as soon as people came over that hillside, I mean, there's so many different angles. Yep. It's a slope, you just head peek it, and you are in trouble.
Exactly, dude. It's tough. I mean, they were even under pressure from Ghibli and Maru, you know, before they had to wrap around to the other side of the hill. You know, so they were taking a lot of damage, and then in the long run, infantry's the ones to come through there and finish the job. But 17 just has complete control. I mean, Little Ghost has that crate kind of gifted to him as even as an anchor point on the road to just hang out at. And
free cover.
Yeah.
Love it. But 17, I feel like they're one of the best teams in the world at when you give them a position like this, they never fumble it. Like, they are so good at setting up a reasonable split, whether it be 2-2 or 3-1, and setting up a nice concave and just removing any viable option for their opponents off the board. I mean, their play calling in the late game, like the ultimate late game, the final circle it's top notch.
It feels like if they have 4 up,
oh yeah,
you're just good luck.
Game over.
Yeah, GG. Pack it up. 21 points for 17 Gaming on this one. Ghibli with 15, Infantry 10, Maru 9, and then the Freaks at 8. So, I mean, it's not a bad game for the Freaks. I guess you take those. But, you know, Petrichor wrote a 7, not too bad. The good news here is, you know, Tai Lu only got 3, so a lot of the teams chasing are very happy about that.
Tiamba had another 0-point game as well, too, so that top race, it's getting very close, very heated. I mean, we have 4 top teams. We'll see the leaderboard in a minute. And,
well, here's the good news. Tomorrow, it's going to be nuts.
Oh, it will be.
It's going to be nuts.
Absolutely.
And that's okay with me.
I wouldn't have it any other way because we've cast it before where it's like, you go into the final day and it's like, okay, well, so-and-so's clearly going to run, like, they've run away with this thing. Who's going to get second? And that's never really the hype that you want.
It's not as fun. I mean, it's cool, but it's not as fun.
Yeah.
You can see Show with 6 kills. And that's only 54% of their kills in that game.
So much damage.
So much damage, though.
Their team must have gotten like 1.6K. That's nuts.
That's a great game. That's a great game. For 17 Gaming, that's, you know, I'm not sure if we'd ever have a tournament with 17 games in it, but if there is, I feel like they would have to win it. But
they gotta.
Yeah.
They gotta do it to a man.
Yeah.
That match, they threw 17 frags. I think they counted them. They're like, okay, no more. This is the perfect number. We don't need any more to clutch this out.
Yeah, we have appeased the PUBG gods. We have used the perfect amount of nades. Now we will get the win. Thank you, PUBG.
Here we go to the total leaderboard. Tai Lu just shy of 200 points, but man, it is close. Petrichor, Jufu, and Tiamba right on their heels, and it is just another PCS of absolute Chinese domination all the way down to top 6.
Jeez, I mean, this is even more brutal than normal.
Yeah.
Usually, like, there's like a Korean team that's like 3rd or 2nd, and kind of given you know the region some hope, but not this time.
No,
the hope has been just absolutely destroyed.
And it goes to show that, like, it's 6 teams from China right now that are at the top. None of them are New Happy.
That's true.
Like, New Happy is still getting bogged down on Erangel in these fights with Donawa and kind of getting the wind knocked out of their sails in half of the maps. And it doesn't matter. China is just such a strong region. The talent is so deep that, like, you can not have New Happy in the top 6 and still have it all be China. It's crazy to me.
It's crazy how much like how many good players there are. Think about this: if New Happy isn't stuck fighting for Yaz, it's probably top 7 teams are all Chinese.
Oh yeah,
New Happy's probably right up there.
Absolutely. I mean, they're one of the most mechanically gifted and talented teams in the world. We've seen it in their gunplay. Like, the few opportunities they actually get 4 men up, in these lobbies, they tend to get some work in, but
yeah. They won PGC. That's all you need to know right there. If that doesn't tell you everything you need to know, these guys can get it done against anybody in the world. And I think now, it's hard to imagine that China isn't the best region in the world. I mean, it has to be in my book. They won PGC. They're dominating this event. They're going to come into PNC. In my opinion, they should be the favorites at PNC going into that. Sorry, Australia. And it's going to be crazy, but we'll see. Maybe somebody has got just the greatest. How many? 7 games? 7 games. Why do I keep Why
do you do this to
yourself?
yourself?
I know. This has been a long break, though.
It has been a long
break. It took a little bit longer to load that map than normal.
Yeah.
But it's going to have to be the greatest 7 games you've ever seen from Gen G or Ghibli or something to even have a hope of touching where Tyloo is at.
And although I feel like talent-wise, Gen G and the Freaks, they have the potential to make something happen like that.
Right.
The playstyle, the approach they're taking to these games doesn't net that kind of streak. It doesn't give really an opportunity to rack up a lot of points because, as you said, they're playing for position. It's almost as if they're playing scared, like they're just trying to take a central spot and then hunker down and hold it. Whereas, the teams that we see succeeding at the very top level, like Tyloo, Pero, Jufu, Tiamba, they're playing very aggressively. They're making smart rotations, but the rotations aren't purely defensive or positional. They're also racking up points.
Yeah, exactly.
They're going into teams that they know are either already preoccupied in another fight and they can 3P it, or have just finished a fight and are damaged, or are just flat out stuck out of position.
Yep.
And they're just running over them.
Yep, that's what you need to do. That's the name of the game with these lobbies. There's a lot of space to play on these edges if you can clear them. GEX, not much to write home about GEX today. It's been another struggle for them. They've been just off the mark. I mean, this ultra defense, GEX plays even more defensive than the Korean teams. They're even more so, and it just isn't here for them. They can't play defense, well enough. They're getting cut down in rotations. We'll see as we're on Miramar now. Hey.
Yeah, Miramar.
The better map. All right. Just
I'm not gonna fight you.
I know you don't fight me, but other people will. Anyway, we move on. It's match 24. It is Miramar time. Junkyard.
All right.
Northern Plains.
Yeah, very northeastern, man. We've gotten some interesting plane paths today. It's been fun.
It's been better.
It has been better indeed. We had some really vanilla ones to start this tournament out.
Yeah,
I was a little sad.
I know. It was really boring. No, I'm just kidding. It was actually fine.
I mean, the gameplay.
I'm totally joking. It's not at all. I mean, again, the boring quote-unquote plane paths do lend themselves to really good play in the mid to late game.
I just love
teams are all together. And,
yeah. I just love chaos. I like those circles,
I do too.
The one that we had.
Yeah.
The one we had 2 games ago on Erangel, where it just keeps bouncing on the north and the south of that river by George. Oh, we're actually going to be having a restart, guys. That seems like there might have been a connection issue with one of the players. So hang tight, hang with us. We're not going anywhere. Just going to take a little bit longer than usual to get this next lobby up, but we'll see. We'll see what's going on. We'll fill you on exactly what the situation is, but
it's somebody. No, I can tell you what the situation is. Salute didn't load into the game.
Oh,
I can tell you looking at the map. That's what happened. I can absolutely tell you that's exactly what happened. So again, if you're not familiar with the PUBG Esports rules, the game will only restart at the beginning if not every player makes it to the ground.
Yeah.
Once you're on the ground, then all bets are off. But
right.
So Salute didn't make it. We restart. We go again.
We go again?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. This shouldn't take too long, I don't think.
No, I think we'll get into this pretty quickly, I hope.
Should be pretty fast. Everybody will reload as quick as they can.
Ghibli climbed all the way to rank 8 today. They've been playing pretty well, man. They're 1 point behind Gen G. That's pretty nuts.
No, I know. Ghibli's playing really, again, you see them, they're active on the map. They're third-partying fights. They third-party Gen G in that last one. They don't care. That's the attitude you have to have. You can't care about your own lives. You have to care about the points. That's what really matters. And the teams that are succeeding are the ones that are playing for the points. They're playing for the kills. And because, it snowballs things more than you think. It's not just the points themselves, but it also buys you time and space and extra utility and equipment. If you're winning these fights, you're getting more frags, you're getting more smokes as well on top of the points you're getting naturally from just getting the kills themselves.
Yeah, you're replenishing all of that utility that you spend to get those kills in the first place. It's not really a sunk resource as long as you're able to actually loot those bodies.
Yep.
And in addition, I mean, as you said, it controls territory because you take that fight, that's one less team in your side of the map. It's much easier to make those rotations, and especially if you can clean it up quick, because we've seen so many times these teams just get locked in protracted battles, but you just got to be decisive, aggressive, go in there. It doesn't always work out. We've seen these teams crash, and sometimes it fails, like 17 did on that compound Aaron Gullis quite a few times, but it's worth it. You got to risk it.
Yes.
It's a game of averages.
Exactly. You're exactly right. You're not going to win every fight, but that doesn't mean you did anything wrong.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's the whole kind of theory behind PUBG is that, you know, there's the macro strategy, you're making good metagame decisions, and there's the micro strategy. How's your fighting? How's your positioning? Those kind of things. Those, you know, they're two very different equations, and they feed into each other, but that doesn't, if you've made a good macro decision, that doesn't mean that, you know, you should feel bad because you lost the micro fight.
Danawa, luckily for them, will not be having a hot drop, I think, here on Miramar. That hasn't been the story so far in this tournament. It's just been on Yes.
We have been avoiding that. Yeah, that's pretty good.
So if you're a Danawa fan at home or a New Happy fan at home, you can clutch your heart a little bit, take a break, relax.
I mean, sort of.
It should be a little bit less painful to start.
I guess.
Not guaranteed, but
yeah, the painful part is just the whole
tournament.
Yeah, the whole length of the experience. I mean, New Happy's doing okay.
Yeah,
all things considered. And
like
Danawa I think I knew there was going to be problems for Danawa when I was talking to some of the people behind the scenes, and they said the stress levels were high for Danawa coming into this event because of the Oz fight. And I just was like, you just, when I hear that, I don't want to hear that you're stressed about it. I want to hear that, you know, you're focused on that fight.
Yeah, I want to hear that, like, this is something that, like, is a priority for you, and you're confident. If you're actually going to do it, like, you need to have that confidence to go and take that fight, right? Like, it shouldn't be a point of stress.
Yeah, you can't make it a sting of stress. Like, if you're the coach of that team, I think you got to kind of reel these things in the next event. If you're going to continue to fight for it, fine. If you qualify for another event, you got to have a different mentality coming into it. So we're either in this for the long haul or not. You know, if we are, let's stay focused, let's stay confident. You know, nothing to be stressed about. We know that if we fight for this, we're not going to win the event. You know, you got to just kind of understand that that's likely to be the case, and that's okay.
Yeah,
that's your goal. That's fine.
It's respectable.
Yes.
I mean, they're not giving any ground. Like you said before, the Korean teams are kind of tired of getting bullied off these drop spots by the Chinese teams, even when they're kind of winning them most of the time, right? Like, that's happened before where the Korean team will win most of the fights in a hot drop against the Chinese team, but the Chinese team will just be tenacious and not give up, and eventually, like, you do the cost-benefit analysis, and as a Korean team, you're like, well, if you're really not ever going to leave, I guess I'll go elsewhere. Yeah. And it makes sense that Danawa, you know, wants to put their foot down here in this event.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm happy in a way that Danawa hasn't given up. It is admirable in some respects. But at the same time, you got to understand then that the tournament's going to be almost unwinnable. That's just the nature of the beast. As we kind of rotate through team to team here. Maru may be dead last, but it was a good little maneuver there in that last game. I'll give him that.
Yeah, Sung-young in particular has been having some nice moments.
Yeah, he's good. He's a young kid. You know, was on V7 last year. Couldn't play in PCS6. He was too young.
Too young.
Now he's old enough.
That was a very young
kid
last year.
Last year he was too young. Now he's Sung-young.
Last year. Oh, Jesus. I'm going to go to the bathroom. You go fill the next 5 minutes, please.
Gotcha. I was waiting. I've been waiting for the moment of, like, bad puns to strike me, and there it was.
But yeah, I mean, like, this is a young team. They've got a lot of potential. Sung-young, he's prodigious. We've had these players that are very young, kind of struggle to get their footing in the beginning, and then once things start to click for them, they pop off, you know?
Yeah, oh, totally. It usually takes time. It usually takes experience, unless you're Jufu.
Yeah.
Well, and you never know. Like, Jufu could, like, have a great tournament here, and then we
Never
see
hear
him.
from them again.
Yeah, you never
because
know.
China's so stacked, and there's
Yeah.
some other Chinese team that's even better suddenly.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's such a kind of a roller coaster over there. I mean, New Happy's been good for a while. 17's been good for a while. There's a couple teams that have just separated themselves from the pack. Petrichor Road, of course.
Yeah.
But there's still quite a few other good ones looming in the wings. Okay, we're gonna try again.
All right.
Can we do it?
We can do it.
You believe?
I believe. I have faith.
All right. I'll trust you. But if you're wrong, then I don't even know.
I'm buying lunch
That'll
next time.
teach me to trust you? You don't have to buy me lunch.
That's very generous of you.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't do it.
We didn't do it?
Yeah, I didn't. I trusted you, and I shouldn't have.
I put myself out there.
Yeah, this is your fault.
It is. It's the cast of curse. Happens in StarCraft, happens in Age of Empires, happens in PUBG, every esport.
Oh, it happens in every esport. Literally
the way it
every one.
goes.
Yep. That is the nature of the beast. Okay. I don't know who lost it this time. They didn't even make it to plane this time. So
yeah.
Yeah, just another crash is what it sounds like. So we wait again for everybody to restart.
But this is fantastic, right? This is what the viewers want to see, is not PUBG gameplay.
Just the player cams?
Player cams and you and me.
No. Please don't show us. Stop that. Don't do that.
Not give production any ideas.
Please, yes.
V7, I mean, they've been having a rough go of things, kind of like Mario. They're in the same boat. They've had some games, I mean, I think it was yesterday they had like 2 or 3 games back-to-back where they just kept getting bullied by Jufu.
Yeah, they got absolutely demolished by Jufu in back-to-back games.
Yeah, and that's you gotta feel for some of these younger teams that are kind of struggling to get a foothold, because this is a very stacked region. I mean, you have 8 teams coming from China, and any single one of them can absolutely run away with it. We said this on day 1, and that's certainly been the case with, I mean, Jufu making their international debut, coming through. I think they're still in the top 3. They're still in, if they're not in the top 3, they're definitely in striking distance from first.
Yeah, there's
close
somewhere
this
up
race
there.
is.
Yeah, we'll have to see when the leaderboard comes back up in game, but I don't remember off the top of my head. They're definitely in top 5. I can tell you that.
And Tai Lu, man, another thing that I want to point out, which we haven't really gotten a chance to talk about, is you and me, we continue to harp on how good this team is on Miramar, because we continuously watch.
They've been better on Erangel.
Yeah, we watch their rotations on Miramar, and everything is so smart. Their fights are so good. They're getting top placements. They're getting a ton of kills. But then you look at the stats, and yeah, they're also the best team on Erangel.
Yeah,
it's kind of crazy. Like the confidence that this team moves with, the way that they're playing is phenomenal. And speaking of confidence, I mean, Aches left today has just been so brave, and justifiably so. He's like a one-man wrecking ball.
Yeah, he is. I mean, again, if he gets confident and he starts making plays like he did in game number 1, where he just shuts teams out of the game, and that's what you need to have, that confidence in yourself to make plays like that, and then you'll, more often than not, pull them off. I mean, you think that the play might be stupid or might be brain dead, but a lot of times it turns out it's pretty good. Okay, we got reloaded pretty quick this go around. I think we're okay. We'll see. Don't listen to State. He's gonna be wrong. Whatever.
I'm not
he says.
saying anything.
Yeah,
man.
that's right. You keep quiet over there.
Keep my mouth shut.
Yeah. This is now PCS paper thin. The P stands for paper thin. Paper thin Continental Series Asia. Get out of here. The S doesn't stand for State.
I'm gonna start choking on my water now.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you go ahead. I'll take over for a bit on this plane path.
Take over at least until everybody gets their feet on the ground and we'll have a restart.
I don't know. We'll see. I'm holding my breath, trying to see if I think we're okay. We'll see. 17 Picado. No, there isn't any real hot drops on Miramar. If anything happens, it's usually because people are kind of like trying to get to the same shack.
Yeah.
Small house complex that normally people don't go for, and then they just kind of like outguess each other. They're like, "Oh, I didn't think you were going to drop here."
Occasionally, we've seen like teams send one player out to probe and kind of gather intel, and then they find like some opportunity to pick up a kill, early fights. But actually, we have CC landing next to 2-star. This is one of the hottest drops that we've got here on Miramar. Is these two players close to each other, and CC's had a fantastic run so far. And oh my God!
Oh,
Winnie!
The Winnie!
Jonggu!
Yes!
Let's do it!
Yes!
I wish we caught the start of that. That's incredible. Jonggu with a kill on Tongs. That's actually huge right now. I mean, Tyloo, they're in first. They want their full manpower, but Jonggu with the Winnie. Fantastic, man. I love that. I love that play.
So good. This almost feels like either Tyloo or V7 thought that somebody else was going to drop somewhere else because of how close they were to each other. Because you have two players from both teams that were next to each other, right? You have 2-star and CZ here, and then you had Jonggu over on the side. So I think this was either V7 is just like in ultimate just like who cares mode, and we want to win these early fights, and we want to, see if we can at least stay out of dead last place. Ooh, what a grenade. That did a lot of damage to 2-star, and now they're going to surround him. I mean, Tyloo is trying to punch back, seeing if they can, get the 1-for-1 trade. Now, 2-star does have the exit outside the long side of that ranch.
Yeah, he's making a run for it, man. Tyloo, they're all coming in. We'll see. No vehicles just yet. See, it actually has a DBS. He might have just swapped that out. But V7, they want to fight this. Junggu's coming in with the M16. He's coming in hot as well.
What is this?
Oh,
how did he get
that? Jonggu is just popping off to start this game. One with a Winchester and then with an M16. He comes out, he gets Sia as well. He gets CC. Jonggu just wiped out Tyloo. That was incredible. What a start for Jonggu. He's had a fantastic day already and now wiping out the top team himself.
And this is what I'm talking about. If you have the confidence to make these kind of plays, they pay off. Unbelievable.
With a hollow sight M16, he just makes it work.
I thought he was done. I'm like, he's driving right out of that door, and I'm like, oh, Tyloo, they hear you coming, brother. I'm like, I respect it. I respect the confidence. And then he just absolutely just wiped the floor with him. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
Man, we talked about it. V7, this is a team, young team with a lot of potential, and Jonggu, he keeps playing like that. He already was having a good day. He's got to be feeling on cloud 9 right now, I mean, after such a rough go of things to start this tournament, any performance like that is just, it's got to feel so good.
Well, he was the best player for them during the PWS, so, he was a little bit quiet to start this event. I think after quite a few days, he actually didn't even have a kill. So I guess he was just kind of due. It's that law of averages like in baseball, right? Where eventually you're just kind of due for a hit.
Wouldn't be a paper thin state broadcast unless we brought out baseball at some point.
Well, look, we live in South Korea. Baseball is very popular here.
It is.
We're allowed to make baseball references. It's popular in America too, but
if you guys are watching in Europe, waiting for
get on board with the real sport. Yeah. The Netherlands actually baseball is kind of popular, in Italy somewhat.
It is. We have some good Netherlands players in the MLB, but that's neither here nor there. This is PUBG time right now.
No. We can do what we want. We are in full control of this broadcast. They can't stop us.
This is a dictatorship.
That's right. No, but anyway.
Yeah, 17 Gaming just to be posting up in this compound as a circle. We didn't talk about it too much, but it is right centered on Monte Nuevo. We've had a couple of games with the circles going this way, and generally speaking here on Miramar, there hasn't been too much action in the early game. Not too many hot drops. Jonggu did treat us to quite the spectacle here to start this one out, but that is not the typical case. So we see everybody just kind of looting up. The previous match kill leader for Ghibli is Adder, as Ghibli's actually been racking up a lot of kills, man. They're so close on Gen.G, 1 point.
Yeah, I think the way that they're playing, the confidence they have with themselves, the changes they've made in their calling, their play calling, great. I mean, everything's improved this week, and last week maybe not good enough to get the win, but this week good enough to maybe get into the top 6, top 5, even if they play really, really well here potentially. If they're not too far behind Infantry in 5th place, so absolutely doable.
Yeah, there's a huge gap between like the top 4 and then pretty much everybody else, but it's kind of the same way, like Infantry 17, Gen.G, Ghibli, the Freaks, New Happy, all these teams from 5 to 10 are like, 10, 15 points away from each other, so there's a lot of placement points up for grabs. If any of these teams can get hot or start performing better than they did in week number 1 as Ghibli is right now, there's quite a bit of upheaval that could happen in the standings.
Yeah, 16 points there. You're right, from New Happy to Infantry, which is surprising that New Happy is able to put up that many points considering the fact that they're stuck in a fight for Yasnaya. Pudding got shot by Tong. I mean, V7 here, playing with fire at the beginning of this, and I guess Tianba in rotation. I think they both just hit this rotation on the southern road at the same time is what it looks like.
Come on, Jonggu. Do it again.
Well, I tell you what, if he does, I'm gonna lose my marbles. He's gonna go for it. Oh, he doesn't get to see it in time. Linchen is gonna expose himself for just a moment, but not gonna be able to track. And that's gonna actually cause him to pull up and, you know, see if he can maybe catch Jonggu trying to overpeak. Not gonna happen.
No, and he's back in the vehicle now, roaming back away. And Tiama, they're making the full rotation, but actually V7 Gomp is posted over there on the west side right now. So we'll see if Tiama actually decides to drive past this.
Oh,
but
they were going to try to camp this.
Yeah, man.
And I think Tiamba figured something out. I'm not sure what gave it away, but
spider senses.
They are driving away from this.
Yeah, so they're going to take that road to the north, and V7 instead is going to have to find somebody else to pick on. As Jonggu, man, I guarantee you he's hungry for kills. When you start feeling good like this, you just want to keep fighting, man.
Yeah, definitely. All right, Ghibli outside of Power Grid. There's the Guangdong Freaks. Where is that?
This is
Oh, it's over by El Pozo. Oh, okay.
Oh,
it's that compound that's south of El Pozo.
Oh, look at this angle.
Oh, just done. Just sitting duck. There is some return fire, but I don't know if there's enough of an angle on that rock to keep him alive. GEX has a complete surround on this.
Yeah, this position is fantastic for GEX, and so far it's only been 2 players that are making this happen as Zenon comes in from another side right now, and the Freaks right now kind of caught with their pants down over here in this compound in a lot of trouble. Oh, this top-down angle. He's zig and zag.
Yeah, he's trying to avoid, like, Savior's fire and Yan Li's approaching. I mean, he has no choice but to fight Yan Li on one-on-one. He is going to win that, but again, from above him and across from him, he's going to get caught in the fire. The rest of the Freaks now just decide to leave.
Yeah, just too many problems there, man. Fall apart there for the Freaks. Sakari and Lash are going to be able to get away from this. Meantime, a little bit of action coming over there on Gen G's side. We'll see if we get a shot of that in a moment. But for now, I mean, some little bit of upsets. I mean, V7, Jonggu with a really great kill there to start things out, and then GEX laying on some hurt to the Freaks.
Yeah, GEX just kind of catching the Freaks unaware. GX does like to drop over on that side when they can, since they got bullied out of Impala by infantry. And yeah, I mean, I guess just not enough tape for the Freaks to really kind of understand that that would be a position that GX likes to take early in a circle like this. I don't think we've seen them take that position. I mean, we've seen this circle. I don't think we've seen GX quite do that. So you know, it is a little bit unorthodox for GX, but they like to do that. They did this at PGC a couple times where they dialed up some really interesting, unique plays that kind of caught teams off guard, like when they backstabbed Gen G on the Impala Plateau. They completely wrecked their day. A position that Gen G normally takes with impunity and, gets like 9-10 kills and, has a pretty good round. But
I still remember that game from, I think, PWS, where Pio got up on that plateau, and I think he shot so much his teammates had to give him some more bullets. He was just racking up so many kills. They loved that spot over there by Impala.
They used to.
I
don't think they go for it. Well, they probably still do. I don't know, maybe. But we haven't had any circles in that area, so we don't know for sure if that would be a position that Gen G is keen to vie for. 2-2 split for Gen G towards the center. Where are we going? Likely to just kind of, center up. I was going to say there's like unplayable stuff to the southwest, to the north.
Yeah, so I was going to ask, with this circle like this, the unplayable terrain that's in it, where are you expecting this one to go?
North or west, maybe south, not east.
Jonggu, another headshot almost gets Ming Ming right there.
This probably won't go east, but it can. It could end up Power Grid. There's actually quite a few ways this could go. All right.
All right, 4 a.m. rolling up here on USG Donuts right now, but it's only a 2-2 split to start as LZ actually tried to get the spray there on the rotation, but ended up taking a lot of damage himself. Kane now coming with a nade, but Wayless is close. He gets the headshot on the knock. Maybe doesn't know that Shiva is right there waiting for him too, though. Korn even gets some damage in, and yep, there's Shiva peeking out. He gets the knock and the flush.
Peril was getting involved in that fight a bit. Oh God, Maru's crashing Jufu here. And this Bricks is under pressure, and we'll see if they can hold it. Xiao UDD able to get a good headshot. That buys him enough time, he knows. Gok's just going to try to push in, and he gets a little help from some friends. That's 2 to... Oh, actually, Yacha just knocked Dox. I take it down. Take it back. I thought they got 2, but that was his own teammate. Oh, no. Oh. Xiao UDD. What an angle there from the window.
Xiao UDD just absolutely dominating that angle right now. Holding things down for Jufu as Yaka's trying to maybe salvage the situation. Xiaoyidi now moving down. Gonna try and clear this out on the left side. He gets him. That's it. Mario Gaming's knocked out. Xiaoyidi, the anchor there for Jufu, is gonna save the day, but at what cost as 2 players go down there, and Gen G now roaming, and Nonix wants to get some picks here, but unfortunately for him, all that fighting did happen inside the building.
Yeah, nobody in a position to comfortably third-party that, so Jufu not going to suffer any losses just yet. LZ still trying to figure out this fight against USG. Now, there was a res that came through here for the Donuts. They've got Kane back on it. Oh, no.
Never mind.
My bad. I done did it. I done caster cursed him. Sorry, Kane, but you're going to... it's actually Ming from Pero that hits him. All right, a 3v2 now for 4AM.
Yeah, 4AM just kind of posturing over there right now as Pero gets in a little bit of 3P action, and Americano does have 1 smoke, 1 frag. Oh, he's got actually a lot of smokes. He's going to be trying to bail Corn out of this pickle that he's in right now as he's right on LZ's footsteps, and yep, there's that angle there by Ming.
He's trying to throw stuns to kind of displace whoever's behind him, and oh god, what shooting from LZ.
Shiva peeked out a little bit too wide, and LZ mows him down, but man, these 3Ps just continuing to hurt.
Oh, well, I mean, Pero's got a great angle from the power grid hillside to just watch this fight and just make it a living hell for these 2 teams. So, in fact, Axlef got the knock onto LZ, even though Korn got knocked. Now Ming has a pretty good angle down on top of him, and that's an 8x from forever away, but these players are good enough to make it ring. It's just Americano now versus Xiao Hai, maybe. I mean, with Pero watching to try to see if they can pick up any of this. He's got to win this fight if he's going to save his team's round, and he knows it.
Yeah, it's just a 1v1 for both these teams right now. 1 player knocked for both of them. Been a really brutal battle here as it continues to go on, and here you go, Xiao Hai.
Americano just not giving any space here. But, oh, there he goes. That time, oh, he almost caught him on the jump.
Almost got him on that rotation. Little low on utility now as the circle is going to center up over there to the west, as you said, on Monte Nuevo is where we're going to go. As Xiao Hai tries to make this angle happen, not quite able to connect with a headshot on Americano.
I can't believe nobody else came to this fight. It's because no one else is north of this fight. Americano at least able to pick up that kill and get the confirmed point, but now he's super weak. Xiao Hai knew he lit him up, and he's going to try to push. Stun in the window. No, it bounced out. That might have been the opening that Americano needs to win this.
Yep, Americano now with a stun of his own. Xiao Hai shot. Might reveal his position a little bit. Americano's coming around the side. Kind of cue the Benny Hill music.
All right.
Xiao Hai cleans him up, but man, that was a brutal fight.
Yeah, well, yeah, that was a long fight that results in nobody really winning it. And in a way, Xiao Hai's still alive, I suppose. But he's outside of the next circle, and he's got a rough rotation path ahead of him. Adder sees and pokes the bear, and the bear is angry and has sharp teeth, and starts just laying in. Although there is a response here from Lambu. He did get a knock, and now Lambu just sees Mill as well, hits him right away, and he's going to be Johnny on the spot going for the res.
Yeah, Mill trying to clutch this out right now. He's been pretty happy and pretty good shot with that Groza so far. We had that one on the military island circle earlier, as well as Aklef is going to run to cover. Trying to spot out Heaven now is Mill, but not quite able to get the angle. And you know he wants to get this res on AZ, but it's just such a precarious position with Ghibli surrounding him. Not quite sure what he's going to do to make that happen. Maybe it's just a bunch of smokes, but it's always the fear is these utilities are going to come in and like you'll have frags and mollies, and it's tough. Ming does spot Lambu though on the rotation.
Ming.
Oh no, we get Newman as well.
Oh, Ming, absolutely filthy 3x barrel sprays. Put 2 members of Ghibli on their knees. Now just Heaven alive, and he is trying to do something, anything to stop Pero here. Now infantry's going to get involved. They smell blood. This fight has gone on for way too long. They want to see what they can get out of it. Maybe they can get Heaven. I wouldn't be too surprised if they killed Heaven and just maybe peace out to the other side of the hill. Heaven here dipping and diving to try to avoid any fire. If Heaven plays this right, he can kind of drag infantry and Pero into each other and maybe survive this, but it's going to be tricky.
Yeah, that might be the play right now, but just kind of a scramble to get out of this. He's going to go into the backside of this truck. All right, that's one place to hide. And now Pero going to try and rotate off his infantry. Is closing in on the position, but unfortunately for them, pretty much everybody's already pieced out.
Well, Pero realized with infantry being added to that equation, the results of that fight became much less clear. And they were like, nah, we're good. The compound's open over to the northwest, so let's just take that. Circle's going to shift to the northwest. It was going to keep going west one way or another. Still a little bit of unplayable terrain on the east, so that's where we are. And that bricks compound where Jufu is absolutely gold.
Heaven with a shorty right now.
Heck yeah. Shorties are amazing. Oh, but Lynn's got the AWM. Oh.
Trade out that shorty for an AWM.
It's
like
lost
gun
track
game.
of him.
It's like gun game,
yeah.
man.
Just trying to
Oh, he
upgrade.
spotted him! I don't know if Lynn's aware. Heaven, go get him! Go get him!
Dude, I would want it, and I'd steal it, and I'd take that Murado and leave.
Yep. Oh, not going to go for it. Unfortunate. I mean, he probably doesn't know that he has an AWM, and he doesn't know the position of the other players for infantry
he
either.
heard the AWM.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, it was shot.
Ah, okay. Heaven in second to try and survive as V7 making this rotation right now, man. Gomp's going to go down, and the back of that truck is not where you want to be. You got the short end of the stick there.
The real question is can Gen G make this position work? They're doing that old Gen G style where they fan out, control a ton of space, and this might be an opportunity for them to actually manage it. Maybe Pero, though, I have concerns looking at the wings on the north and the northeast and the southwest side of the circle. We are going to have that point confirmed for Anonix, but Pero, Tianba loom on the edges, and if they try to crash one side or another, if they kind of figure out what Gen G's doing, they're gonna try to make them pay.
Yep. With 2 shots coming in from Gen G now on the north, they might have an inkling that this is kind of what's going on. It's tough to say, but it certainly seems like they are game to crash some kind of compound. We'll see where they end up going here as Pero rolls out.
They're not going to crash Gen G. I think they're going to go for that bricks. They might try to go for Jufu, but there's a lot of teams watching. This direction, so they're going to have to stop at the dip. Yeah, they realize it. They can't go any further.
And in the background, Ghibli is knocked out by infantry. Lynn finishing off Heaven with that AWM. Finally, the rat is
could have stole it,
cleaned out from his nest. And Pero right now, like you said, just kind of controlling that dip, but there's a lot of players around him.
Yeah,
oh boy,
it'll be tough. 17 here is trying to cross infantry territory, and infantry, of course, does not have open borders. So down we go. As Lil Gosto coming up with 2 big ones. Xiao Bei as well, and instantly 17's able to turn that fight on its head and win.
Infantry heard that AWM. It's like, okay, we'll take that.
Yeah. Well,
we got some bullets left, baby.
Donawa is so split. What is this? Oh, Soul's knocked, but that just happened.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Donawa like pushed up onto this hill, but it was Salute and Soul have been down in this dip. I don't know if they're just stuck, but GEX is not going to let them live. There's no way. Like those grenades, if they ever get close enough, I don't know if there's any world. I was going to say great grenade from SSR. There's no world where Soul and Salute get out of this. I'm not sure what happened here with Donawa. We didn't get to see them on camera, and all of a sudden they're splitting this wide 2-2 with Rex and Helen trying to third-party that fight with 17, and didn't happen. And
we've seen this a lot from the Korean team so far in this event. These splits aren't always working for them. You got to be really cautious when you do these, especially in a lobby with so many Chinese teams that love to move together as a unit. Tiama now rolling in this compound 2-star. He's cooking this frag. He wants to get it right there in the door. Not going to get anybody with it as Tong cleans him up, and that's going to be it for V7 in this lobby. And now Rex and Helen in a world of trouble as Little Ghost is coming in. But a little bit of a covering fire right there as KDF Lash going to take Little Ghost out with a frag.
Yeah, the Freaks here in a position to harass this hillside. And they are going to try to do their best with only 2 left with just Lash and Akari. We lost a COD in the end early on to that GEX setup just west of here. Suju, nope. Nowhere to go on those motorcycles. They're extremely dangerous in esports, as everybody knows now. Players are just too good at tracking those. Here comes New Happy. They're going to try to sort of third party this fight with Pero, and 17 goes down. Let's see what New Happy can do.
Yeah, here we go. Miller right now, the SLR is on very low HP. He's going to pop that first aid kit before re-peeking. He is the player on Pero with the barrel unless they moved it off to somebody else right now. So New Happy just kind of posturing right now. They're not super close to Pero's position anymore as Zipian and HS did move off this spot. That's going to give Pero a little bit of breathing room, and Mill is confirming that now, relaying that information to his teammates as Ming moves up with some smokes.
Donawa is just getting absolutely rolled on by GEX. Love to see this confidence from this push from GEX. seeing if they can just, you know, finish what they started with Soul and Salute. Helen's able to get a res here. Oh, Ming gets 2 here on to Pero, trying to finish the job, but it's going to be a turn from AZ. Mill and AZ, the last 2 up. Going to look for these reses. HS, the only one for New Happy, though. There still is that Groza floating in the hands of Pero. HS took a bunch of damage, not going to be able to get through, and it is going to be Pero that holds on.
Man, Pero just so fantastic today with their gunfighting, with their movement, with everything there, even going up against a 4-man New Happy. I mean, that is impressive. You take them down like this, and Pero's going to do it with all 4 players up. I don't think anyone's going to be able to interfere with these reses.
Oh my god, oh my god. Okay, there's a world where Shao Hai tries to get close to Pero. Oh, I thought maybe they were going to group up for a grenade where we'd have history repeat itself, but that doesn't look like it's going to happen. Anyway, Tianba stuck on the edge. They were never able to push up this hill, so Gen G able to play the way they want for the first time since the first day.
Yeah, the Northwestern part of the circle really never was contested, so that 2-2 split worked really well for them. Now they're able to converge here on the northwest side as you see Spear, Max Zora, Anonix, and Renba just all holding their own little front, getting their own vision, but now the circle moves to the southeast, and they're going to have to move off that hill.
Well, you got to crash the compound.
Yeah, you gotta go for Jufu, right?
That's what I would do, but I wouldn't be too surprised to see them try to take a dip on the other side of the road or something, maybe. I mean, because Gen G, in my mind, I think what Gen G is thinking is center circle. Oh my god. How is that car even driving? It has no tires.
Somebody get out and push it, it'll move faster.
It is 1 tire. I take it back. Yeah, if you get out and push, the harder you push, the faster we go.
That's Chewy down to Zenon as 7-7 just tries to make something happen here. But
it's not.
No. I mean, well, Tong survives for now. This is pretty much the best you could hope for. He's maybe going to try and rat it out, but I would be surprised if somebody from Gen G did not have an angle on it. Tong actually covered by the smoke from that vehicle.
Yeah, man. It's like a improvised smoke grenade right there. And GEX though, still rocking and rolling with all 4 up. 8 kills. This is a great game for GEX. One of the best ones we've seen in the event so far.
Yeah.
From them, and now they've got the Freaks underneath their sights. Lin Chun is dead. There is no hope.
No hope whatsoever.
Yeah, abandon all hope, ye who enter into this hay bale. It is death.
Yeah, those fields are not where you want to be. As Zhao Hai kind of seeing into the Matrix right now, dodging every single bullet. You can't hit me, he says, and no bullet lands. Oh, man. Fantastic.
I love that. He's seeing into the Matrix.
He's Neo, man.
All right, are they going to crash this? Please, God, crash this. Yes, okay. They're just doing it in a little bit of a kind of off-kilter manner. You know, don't want to get caught up right in those garage doors outside the bricks. I think this is okay for Gen G.
Yeah, I like this move by Gen G. Is the Freaks right now in their center position. A lot of trouble. Savior's gearing up with another nade. Ooh. Actually got taken down there by Anonix, but that nade does take down Lash.
Savior got knocked though for his effort there.
Yeah.
So, you know, he gets the grenade, but now GEX has to kind of recoup and recover. And Onyx is pretty dialed in with that SKS. Hits some good shots, doesn't get any knocks. But keeps GEX honest at the very least. Now it's Akari's turn. That's too far. He overcooked. He overthrew that one. See if he can get a follow-up. I mean, they have a really good opportunity here to do some serious damage. SSR almost bled out. That if that's a frag, it's over. There it is. Lash is going to follow up. So GEX so close to having a very good game, but it gets shut down by basically Gen G, who opened the door for the Freaks to push.
Yeah, Yan Li and Zenlon now, the kind of crazy 1-1 splits. We see Pero take down 4 AM Zhao Hai. It will be falling as Gen G and Jufu continue to battle for this location. Circle closing in now. Xiao UDD throwing a nade, not able to connect with anybody from Gen G as this is a nice slow fight. No one wants to get caught too far out of position where they can get flush, but this circle's going to go all the way down to the south.
Yeah, Gen G here trying to isolate the positions of Jufu one by one. Meanwhile, Pero is like, oh, you guys are going to fight over there? That's cool. We're going to take circle. Continue on. You know, Pero's sitting here like, you guys just fight all day. We're fine with that.
So many flash.
Yeah, this fight has to happen fast, though. It's outside of the circle, and Phase 7 closes very, very quick. So Gen G is going to have to, you know, hit the throttle, hit the accelerator here real soon.
So many flashbangs.
I know, dude. Can you imagine right now being one of these players in this fight? They have to run through this fire. They don't have a choice here because this fight has to try to end. UDD going to get one. The knock on a spear, but he isn't finished. They do finish off Xiao Yang. So it is just... Oh, Xiaoyang is down. UDD...
16 HP left for Xiao UDD as Genji's trying to close this in right now. They want to clean this fight up as fast as they possibly can, and that's going to be it. Xiao UDD does go down to Renba. Genji going to pop the res and then try to get into this circle. They have 2 buildings that are still in, but I mean, after that, it's really tough to say what you're going to do as Genji. It's not the best position as we see Pero, KDF, and GEX just kind of taking whatever they can out of this.
They're going to need a timing here while these other teams fight to take whatever space they can. Frankly, they might have an opportunity if there's knocks on a Pero to try to third-party this. And it is going to be the freaks out. Ming did get knocked here. If Zenon can get one more, the door's open for Genji. They got to take advantage of this. They got to get across the road. Everybody else on the other side is beat up. They have a huge opportunity to win this game. I can see them on the move. Meanwhile, the grenades continue to rain in for GEX. Ake's left. He's going to stick this res. It's going to be good. Oh my God, how did that not finish him?
I can't believe he didn't get knocked there. He's going to try and go for it, but nope. That last nade is going to get both of them right now. They are going down, and it's just Mill, of course, on the side. But he does have that Groza, so do not count him out just yet. But right now, it seems like Genji is in control of this situation, picking up 10 kills, moving into 5th place as they're looking to get their first win in week 2.
Yeah, GEX did enough damage to Pero that I think this is Genji's win, and Spirit and Renbar are going to flank out, but Mill's got a Groza here.
Yeah, but this position, I mean, look at it. He has nowhere to go. I mean, even if he gets one on the peak, they're just going to trade him out, I feel like.
I tell you what, dude, I've seen it before where it's a Groza and anything is possible. They can't get over this hill because of the position of GEX. They actually thought they could commit to this, and yeah, they're on the edge of the circle for now, but they have to change position for the next one, and Onyx left as an anchor on the other side of the road to try to watch this. Genji... I don't know, for some reason, I just feel like Mill's got something special. I could be wrong, but those Grozas just make me feel all tingly inside.
Oh yeah, I think we all feel the same way, but nope. He gets spotted there by Maxori. He's going to take him out. Such a difficult position. You got to be perfect as Mill there, and even if you're perfect, it's tough if they decide to trade it. And now it's just 2 up for GEX against the 4 for Gen.G, and Gen.G, man, they're closing in.
This should be a win. GEX is going to have to pop some incredible shots. They're out of utility. I didn't even see any smokes there. Okay. I mean, this is ambitious.
Yeah, they're taking point, though, right now. Maxora in the back is going to be trying to cover this. Renbo with a great angle right there. Gets some big damage, and that's going to be the knock on Zenon. Jess Yonli now up for GEX. He does get the headshot, but no knock.
Should be the finish, I believe. That grenade, if it's a frag, it will finish the job. Spear going to land the last grenade. And Gen.G going to take a win in what feels like a very, very long time state.
Yeah.
You know, it's been rough sledding for them since the first couple days. You know, they had an explosive first day, but since then, they've been a little bit quiet, and maybe this is the turnaround they need to start competing for the title.
Yeah, man, a 13-kill win, 23 points. You take those as Gen.G. They're showing a little bit of life here. 6 maps left in this tournament, man. They have a chance of breaking back into the top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, you can put up, 80, 90 points in 7 games, and that's a good start there. 23 points. Very doable now for Gen.G to actually be in the conversation tomorrow as a potential winner. But they got to keep putting up big points, basically, for the rest of the matches. So there's still a ton of work to do. Is it possible? Yes. Is it likely? No, but that's why we play the games.
Yup, 6 maps left, man. This race is getting tighter and tighter. I think actually at the end of that, Pero even moved into first place, passing Tai Lu.
Yeah, because Tai Lu got just absolutely
Jonggu, man.
just Jonggu'd. They got Jonggu'd. We'll give him his own verb for that.
He deserves it, man. Any kill with a Winnie.
With an M16 too.
M16?
He got all of his kills with a Winnie and an M16. It just occurred to me.
Somebody give this
like
guy
the 2 worst guns of the game. Not really, but two of the worst guns in the game. The M16 is actually garbage.
Somebody give this guy a Groza and see what he can do with it. Give him a real gun.
Yeah, really. Maybe he just needs to use the Winnie and the M16 all the time. I don't know.
Maybe that's his bread and butter.
Yeah.
The meta is shifting.
I mean, I'm telling you, the Winnie's better than people think it is.
It is. But, I mean, with pro gaming lobbies, like the loot that you get, the window that the Winnie is good quickly drops off.
Yeah, it's very small. It's about as large as your average submarine window, which is not big.
Maybe if we had Donawan, you happy landing on Miramar hot drops instead of Erangel, we get a little bit of winning action.
That's true. We don't have any hot drops on Miramar, really, so that we don't get to see much winning action. It makes me sad. I mean, not really, but you know.
It makes me sad. I don't know about you,
you're
man.
actually sad.
I'm actually sad. I love the winning. I love pistol kills. I love winning. I love all the things that pro gamers hate.
Yeah, me too. That's basically it. The worse it is for the pro gamers, the better it is for us. So we do have one more game here to go. It is another Miramar, everyone. So we're not done just yet here for PCS6 Asia. Of course, we have another day as well tomorrow.
Yeah, final day.
Yeah, final day. 5 games tomorrow to see who's going to win this thing. I mean, it's looking very China, no doubt about it. But it's very tight at the top of the leaderboard. Pero is on top again, and they're looking to three-peat here at PCS. So we'll see if they can get that done. And PCS6, it's been very exciting so far.
And it has, man. Gen G, like you talk about it being tight at the top. That 23-point win, I think, puts them within striking distance from even top 1. It's like 40-something points. I think less than
That's
50.
enough. That's enough.
With 6 maps left, that's doable.
Exactly. That, you know, anything can happen in that time frame, and it's, you know, you can theoretically, if you have a big kill and a big win, you can put up like 20 to 25 points is pretty reasonable for a big win. So that's kind of the marker that you have to keep track of in your head as time rolls on. As we roll on for one more game today, we do have a short break coming up here very shortly. We're not quite there yet. We are actually beholden to the Korean cast, so just so you guys know, they are talking and we are waiting. Okay, now we're ready. Guys, we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with the last game of the day here at PCS6 Asia.
이거 페로를 쳐야 돼. 페로를 저 멀리 있는 거 세르도가 페로 쳐야 돼. 페로 페로 확실히 천천히 가자. 이거 라인 잡아 되겠다 이러면. 라인 자리다.
페로가 좌측이지. 2번?
아, 페로가 좌측이야. 좌측 맞아. 여기 페로 초로 여기야. 총알 좀 들래? 7탄? 나 7탄이
별로 없어서 이것만
나한테 와. 내가 줘. 동생아 나 뒤에 있어. 페로 돌기절. 페로 돌기절. 잘 생각하자.
2번에 있다.
2명 가. 3명 가. 3번으로
확인. 3번으로 확인.
3번으로 3명 가. 안 달라고. 탄 떨어뜨리고 다. 아니. 탄 떨어뜨리고 3명으로. 연막 많거든? 나중에 연막길 도로가 이어서 할 수 있으니까 천천히 하자.
야, 재영아 탄 좀 줘. 나 너한테 다 줬어.
아, 그래? 여기.
더안 들어놨어. 여기 연막 가리고 한 번만 쳐다보자. 왼쪽 아래.
이거 페로 많이 이거 잭스 많이 빠졌거든? 우리 초록 F로 연막 치고 나중에 하고 4대2대1이야 4대2대1
쳐다보자. 재영아 일로 와봐.
페로가 하나고 잭스가 둘이다.
재영아 일로. 왼쪽 아래 한 번만 쳐다보자. 페로.
기다려봐. 같이 가볼게.
내가 건너편 떼줄게.
일로 와. 천천히 보고 보자.
저 끝에.
3번 하나 있다. 3번. 3번 차로 4번 갈 테니까 이제 째줘봐 3명. 차로 4번에 붙어 있을게. 째줘. 2명 같이 가.
재영아 떼줄게. 가.
2명 한 명 더 타봐. 한 명 더 타봐. 한 명 더 타라고.
동수야.
동수야 타.
확인했어.
힐하지 말고 봐봐. 힐하지 말고 봐. 오른쪽 연막 한대 타놨다. 오른쪽 연막. 차로 오른쪽으로 붙여라. 끝으로 가. 오른쪽으로 가. 확인. 오른쪽 그냥 알아서 침착해. 도로가 붙일게.
때려놨어. 2번 둘에 때려.
바로 힐해야 돼. 힐해야 돼. 아 힐해? 그러면
나도 출발해야 돼 이제. 너크라.
지기도 시켜놨어. 멀리라. 멀리 라스트. 2번 가자. 여기 나랑 차로 가자.
넘길게 그냥.
천천히 해서 멀리. 아직 때려놨어. 그냥 라이딩 가도 돼. 라이딩. 우리 편하게 라이딩해. 나이스.
좋다.
야 서재형 미쳤잖아 지금.
I know what you really want. Turn it up and give it die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do or die. Everything is on the line. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do or die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero.
Born ready.
And we're back here at PCS6 Asia. It is the last game of the day, but not the last game of the event. There's still one more day to go. So, you know what? There's a lot to play for. It is very close at the top of this leaderboard as well.
So close.
On paper thin, that state. Yeah, I mean, this. I still think there's maybe 5 or 6 teams that can win this as far as the points go, but that changes rapidly. The calculus for that quickly closes. The door on that mathematics closes rather quickly as this goes along. So we'll see. One more Miramar to go here today.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Gen G got a much needed win there. That was a huge, that has to be a huge confidence boost.
23 points, I think, was the total tally from that win. And Gen G, they absolutely need that if they want to bring Korea their first PCS6 Asia title. And I'm going to be honest with you, it seems like an uphill battle. They pretty much have to be on point from the get-go.
A bit?
They cannot give it up.
Yeah, no. They have to, it's pedal to the metal the rest of the way if they're going to do it. Twitch drops are enabled. Check it out. You got to link your Krafton account, so you do have to go to the Krafton website and link it to your Twitch account. So there's just a little bit of legwork you got to do there. Nothing too difficult. For the love of God, it is not that hard to do. And then there is the pick and go as well, which you can play here on Twitch. If you're watching us on Twitch, there is like a little kind of icon next to the screen. It's like a bingo type thing. It's pretty fun. It's pretty cool. Win some more EP and get some sweet skins. You can, of course, buy the skins, as we've talked about many times. All those good things. There you go. 23 points was indeed the correct number.
Yes.
And good job. The price is right. And you have won a new car, State. No, you have not. I'm not.
Actually,
that's a lie. That's
darn,
a lie.
got my hopes up.
No.
Pero, though, coming up with another 15 points. That's going to put them in first place here by a very, very thin margin. And, yeah, Tyloo just got Jonggood. Like, that's just, it happens.
So
it happens to the best of us, man. Like, sometimes you just get Jonggood. You
Yeah.
buy an M16 and a Winnie.
It happens. Renba there, wow, what a game for him. And they again, he's been decent for Gen G State. He's been good, but not like Gen G's just been kind of. It's not like the individual play for Gen G that ever has me concerned. It's actually the IGLing and the meta strategy ideas that they're coming into this event with. To me, have just been off the mark.
Yeah, I mean, like the approach that they're taking to the game has worked for them so much in the past, especially in the PWS, the Korean Regional League. But right here in this meta with all these Chinese teams, I mean, there's a reason that we only have one Korean team in the top 7. That's Gen G, and it's because the style that the Chinese teams are playing with their aggressive rotations, their aggressive gunfighting, their really tight team play where they're moving as a unit as opposed to fanning out as a lot of the Korean teams, especially Gen G and Danawa do. It's so tough for this Korean meta to deal with. It just doesn't feel like the winning strategy here. And Gen G, as you said, like individually they're stacked. It's a fantastic team, top to bottom, star-studded roster, but the meta play just hasn't really been there. Their playstyle did work for them in the last game, and I really hope we see more of that from them where they take these fights and rack up kills. Like 13 kills is nothing to laugh at.
Right. Well, the problem is Gen G's two kind of characteristic plays are either center dive for something, a dip in the center or something like that, or to play edge in a very wide, fanned-out fashion. And that falls apart to the Chinese meta for two reasons. On the wide, fanned-out fashion, the Chinese teams have no problem. If they sense that you're alone, they will collapse on you and they will take you out. They give zero craps about position if they get kills. They will absolutely just run at you and take you out. They would rather have those kill points and then deal with whatever comes after. The other problem is if you take those center dips, yeah, you might get decent placement points. We've seen this from Gen G. They have decent amount of placement points. The problem is you're not going to get a lot of kills out of that. And eventually, the Chinese teams are going to outmaneuver you while they're sweeping the edges, getting a ton of kills, and then they come through and they've got all this utility and confidence, and they take you out.
Yeah, we've seen that many times where like teams such as Gen G will go for those dips, as you said, that are in the center. And like you said, you can't really get a lot of kills because typically if you're going to go for kills in that position, you're exposed to somebody on the edge. There's so many edge teams. But we're already jumping into the final match of the day. We'll be here on Miramar as we have a pretty southwest playing path, if I do say so myself. Do you think we're going to Los Higos?
Please?
Please?
I mean, I'm okay with that. I don't think so. I mean, maybe we'll get that little island on the chicken wing down there. You know,
the chicken wing.
It looks like a chicken wing.
It does look like a chicken wing.
It really
I want
does.
a chicken wing now.
That is absolutely intentional, in my opinion. There was no way that design was not meant to be a chicken.
Somebody was hungry on the map dev team.
Well, you know, it's chicken dinners, right? You win chicken dinners in PUBG, so we had to put a chicken wing on the map.
That's right.
100% that had to be the case.
Flawless logic.
Yeah.
Absolutely impenetrable.
I know. I'm always flawless with my logic. What are you talking about? I'm never wrong about Mill with the Groza 1v3ing Gen G. That would never happen. Who would think that?
Well, I mean, he's been getting the Groza quite a bit today, and he's been making it work, man. He's been putting down the hurt.
I believed in him. Look what that did. I should not have confidence. When I lose confidence in teams and players, that's when they start doing good.
Like us with Gen G talking about like, oh, the play style isn't working. They got to go back to the drawing board. They got to make something happen, and then coming up with a big win. But going back to that, like you said, how they have those two styles is we get a circle that's really quite far south. It's probably not going to be a chicken wing circle because chicken wing's already out of the circle, but might get something interesting. Maybe a Los Leones finish. I'm sure Twitch chat would be happy to see that.
Oh, God. We haven't had a city finish, like a proper city finish. We had one on the edge of Yaz.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Wow, Ming actually hit one of those shots with this red dot mini. Oh, here comes the return fire. He doesn't care. Look at this. Look at how much confidence he has. He gets hit and is just like, nah, I'm just going to reposition and try to go for more.
He's like, what are the odds you're going to hit me again?
Yeah.
Like the backseat of a buggy. But going back to Gen G, what you were talking about before, how they either usually dive on a central position or they fan out, one of the reasons that worked so well for them in the previous match was because they fanned out on the northwestern hill, and there were no other teams there. They never were in any danger of being contested. But we've seen on other maps where they will do that same play, and then suddenly it's Tai Lu or Infantry or Pero coming in from the side and just completely overwhelming the flank, and then everything starts to fall apart.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, yeah. In some ways, Gen G is kind of... It's not luck. They control their edges of that hill very, very well, so no one can ever get a chance to do that, to push their positions. But at the same time, it is, you know, the fact that no one is ever in that position is not going to be the normal situation in the way that the Chinese teams play. Very rarely are you going to be gifted opportunities like that.
Yeah, it's very difficult to make that kind of play work. Really, everyone has to execute their roles perfectly, and even then, it could be a toss-up if a team just decides to completely dive you. As we've seen teams do in the past, but Gen G, man, they gotta be good. They gotta be feeling good after that, man. Always by the 5th match, I'm like a jumble of words. I like
that's when we start eating our crayons. Is by the 5th match, we're eating our crayons, man. Things have gotten out of control.
Those crayons, they go straight to the head, dude. I'm telling you.
I know. Look, I think for Gen G, like, I know we're talking about them a lot, and they're on our screen, so deal with it.
Yeah.
I think, like, the problem is that the coaching staff is really good for Gen G, and that they had also the luxury of having the best player in the world in PO on your team, so you could get away with a lot of stuff you normally couldn't. And I keep saying that, and a lot of people are like, he's not the best player. I'm like, yeah, he was. So you could get away with a lot of things that you normally can't because you had just a player who was so uniquely gifted, especially with DMRs.
Oh, yeah.
And that was a big part of what made him unbelievable, because he could control so much space because he was so good with the DMRs. And you don't I'm not saying you don't have that. You do have good DMR players on Gen G, but you don't have that. You just don't. You just don't have the best to ever touch the game. And so you have to kind of readjust a little bit in how you're thinking about things and that kind of thing. Like try and utilize the strengths of this team, which are insane. Renba, Inonix, Max, Zora, Spear are all unbelievable players.
Oh, yeah. We've seen them dominate in PWS time and time again, even on other teams. I mean, they're just a fantastic roster. It's just kind of, they're still kind of in the stage of finding out what works for them. And to their credit, they are the best team in Korea in this event. And the PCS Asia has historically always been won by a Chinese team. They're pretty much the last Korean hope in this lobby. I don't think the Freaks are going to bust out the 100+ points they're probably going to need to win this in the next 6 maps. Not possible. Gen G, really the last hope for them as kind of, I don't know. Me, like, I really want to see the Korean teams succeed. It's not really biased. It's just I want there to be more competition in the region. Exactly. But right now, it feels like the Chinese teams are so good. I mean, Pero, Tyloo, Jufu, Tiamba. That's not even talking about New Happy, which isn't even in the equation because of these hot drops.
Yeah, you're right. I'm with you. It isn't like I'm rooting against anybody. It's just I want there to be more parity between the two regions. Right?
Yeah.
Like there used to be. They used to be so close for so long. Like, yeah, China was winning all the PCSs early on, like in Charity Showdown 1, 2, and 3 and those kind of things. But it was really close. There was usually a Korean team that was second, you know, or third at the very worst. But this time around, they might not even crack potentially top 5 if 17 pops off. You know, so there's a world where this is the worst performing event for Korea ever in the history of PCS. And it may already be.
It's certainly looking that way, as we see teams just kind of starting to posture up. Right now we have Jufu and Pero pretty close in proximity, as well as 17. So these are a lot of top-ranking teams in this lobby. There's a lot on the line. Keep in mind, $250,000. The payout will be decided in these next 6 maps.
B7 just hitting the leaving Gen G. They're not retreating. They're moving in. But, you know, Gen G coming out of Pozo, and they're okay. Looks like nothing other than a few dinks on the cars. And Inonix is going to take the edge here, as Gen G, I think, is going to take their time to really scout this out. This is a dangerous road to drive if you don't have information. So you got to take your time coming out of this area because it is so flat and it's really easy to get caught out in the open and just absolutely ripped apart.
Yeah, there's so many hills surrounding that region of Picado, as we have 4AM Wayless also rolling up in here. Is going to get a little bit more loot by Hacienda de Peltron, as my pronunciation is terrible. Please don't make fun of me too much.
Your Spanish sucks.
God damn it. And Donuts happy with their San Martin drop. They did bully V7 off of this after week 1. It seems like it's exclusively theirs, and we might see a little bit of action as the Freaks decide to roll in through here. You see Lash now on the minimap coming by as Xiao Hai comes in to meet up with his teammates down to the east of Picado, and we'll see Americano lining him up right there on Lash. That's about as good an angle you can get, and Americano does not waste it. That is a full flush right there on Lash. He is the first player to go down in this lobby, and
I figured it out. USG is just like trying to just set up traps all over the map. That's all they've been doing today.
They're saboteurs.
And they get, yeah, they don't care who is in their way. They will just get kills, and then they're fighting today. And I appreciate that. I actually do. USG, look, the Donuts, by the way, the first non-Korean team to win a weekly final for the PWS. So Korea, the PWS involves 3 regions, actually. It's Korea, Japan, and Chinese Taipei, but Korea's basically dominated it since its inception. But the USG, the Donuts, were the first non-Korean team to win a weekly final. It's why they're here. It's a big part of why they're here. And, you know, I like what I'm seeing from the Donuts, even though they have no hope of winning this event. They're making the most of their opportunities. They're learning to fight. They're taking fights to teams. They're committing. They're trying to fight as a unit. They're trying to fight together. They're doing a lot of things that are going to benefit them in the future.
Yeah, I like that out of them. I mean, kind of the pressure's off, you know, at this point. You're just playing for placement and maybe a little bit more money. And that's could be the thing that, like, you start getting some success like Jungkook did in the previous map, and maybe that lights a fire under you. Maybe you get some confidence and you start making better decisions as a team. You start moving better as a unit. We'll see. I mean, every team in here is very talented.
Yeah.
It's just the Chinese region right now at this particular time in PUBG's history is so especially dominant that they're kind of showing up everybody right now.
Yeah, and it's a changing of the guard. It has been for the last year. where it used to be Korea as one of the dominant forces, and now it's China, and that's just the nature of things. You know, this is such a popular game in their region, and it's got so many great players who've been around. I mean, a lot of these players that are playing here for these Chinese teams have been playing for years. It's not like they're new.
Yeah.
It's not like we're seeing just people other than Jufu just coming out of the woodwork. Everybody else that's here, for the most part, has been playing for years, and even the Tiamba players, you might not be familiar with some of them, they've been playing since 2018. They've been playing since the beginning of PUBG Esports. So it can take time. It can take finding the right teams. It can take finding the right coaches, all these things. And frankly, I'm really happy to see it with some of these teams. Like Tiamba, with this new Tiamba roster, I'm really happy for Tong, Chui, and 7-7 because they're guys who have been journeymen in China, and now they're having a ton of success.
Seeing the circle center up over here to the east of Chumacera. A lot of playable terrain in there, which is exciting. Not
as long as it doesn't go north.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't go north. But
then it's not. Well,
it's a little unlikely, right? Like that. What are the guys? Those like flats are going to be in it, right?
Unfortunately, pretty good.
I'm jinxing it a little bit.
I mean,
probably.
it's more likely to go like west and southwest of Los Leones is where a lot of these like to end up. Kind of. It's not. Probably like this part of the map, like I'm like showing you the map. Yeah, the southwest part of the map is probably cut off. Probably doesn't have to be. Again, everything I say is all statistics, probabilities. So it's most likely going to go like northeast.
For a second there, I thought we might have Pero rolling up on Maru, but no, instead going to be going for this compound right now as Foreign Green Men. Action's starting to pick up a little bit over here as Yacha's going to take a shot on him.
Pero's trying to figure out where to go. They're trying to find an angle of exit because right now they're stuck in between like 4 teams.
Yeah, and kind of a difficult position to drive out of too. I mean, this is quite tough terrain if I'm being very frank. Like you have that one section to the north side of Chumacera that you can go by, besides that, some roads, and I mean, like you see it right here, like Maru in the same region, having a hard time driving, potentially getting shot there by Axlef, but no shots connecting just yet.
That was dangerous. You were talking about the danger of driving on that terrain, and they just showed you right there why.
It's rough.
How dare you say that about my Miramar? No. It is a little bit difficult to drive, especially with this thing. The bus is the worst. The absolute worst to drive off-road. It's great on the roads. You can fly going downhill. Like, you get rocking and rolling down like north of Impala. You know, it's like if you're coming out of El Azahar around the East Road, it's like all downhill. You can get up to like 160 kilometers an hour in the bus.
Is that flying?
I mean, I'm pretty sure if it had wings, it would take off. All right.
When you initially said flying on the bus, my mind immediately bounced back to like a PUBG patch years ago where the physics were kind of broken with rubber band. And you could crash into a bus with a bike and literally send it like almost to the skybox.
Yeah.
So much fun.
That was a great era. People laugh and joke about it, whereas I cherish it.
Oh, it was beautiful.
I relish in the horrible bugs because they don't last long.
Yeah.
And here's what people don't get. People like, the game's so buggy. I'm like, well, it's not going to last long. They're not going to let something like that fly, literally, for very long.
Yeah, the PUBG dev team is really good about this kind of stuff. You love to see it. They put a lot of heart and soul into this game.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, for how complicated this game is, how huge it is, it runs pretty damn good.
And it's a game that defines the genre, too, you know? Like, it's hard to do this first and do it right.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, really, this is just a beauty. Beauty. That's why we're here. That's why we love this. And the freaks. Where are we? Oh, that's Los Leones. They're driving around the edge of Los Leones. Okay.
Anytime you see all these really crappy walls, it's probably somewhere near Los Leones, honestly.
that's not a... I mean, I assumed it was somewhere in Los Leones. I just was not sure which part.
Yeah, just the perimeter of the city it's a hellscape. There's a reason why people aren't a big fan of circles over here. And here we go, V7 making their rotation in. This is, I think to the northwest. Yeah, that's Pudding and Gomp over there in that buggy. So they'll be teaming up with Jonggu in just a minute. Pero's trying to take some shots I see on the map. And some players getting caught out here in the rotations as Korn gets taken down by Xiao Lu. And I think it was LZ as well, if I'm not mistaken. But right now, everyone just kind of trying to find their piece of the pie. Nothing too crazy going down as we only have 3 players out. All the way here, pushing 14 minutes, but I mean, you know the way this goes. If it's quiet in the early game, it becomes crazy really fast in the mid game with so many players populating the edges of the map.
I like how they're showing us that New happiest no chicken dinners on Erangel. No kidding. All right, it is going to be traded here. Oh no, Donna was watching this fight as well. Genji's trying to crash this. It's only Spear and Magzor. Never mind, it's just Spear. Spear trying to hold it down. Zennon with almost no HP actually gets hit by a far from Tianba's Chui. And SSR, the only one left, as Genji does end up going down to the combined fire of about 3 different teams. And, you know, GX is probably, you know, scratching their heads. They're like, was our Shax really that worth it?
Yeah, maybe a little bit ill-advised there for Genji. Meantime, Pero now coming over on this compound. It is Miral, Ace left, and I think Ming is trying to get some covering fire over here. Oh no, he's on the north side of this compound, and they're battling it out with 17 as Zapian's going to take down Suju.
I'm left scratching my head a bit here by this maneuver by Genji because there's other things that are open that they could have taken that were literally on the driving path. But anyway, Eggs left.
Oh god.
Just executing little ghost there as they these splits. Look at how just aggressive these teams are. Like with these splits, like if they catch you out alone, they're just gonna rip you apart. And Pero is gonna start their march forward. Now again, they still have kind of the same situation where they have a lot of teams around them, but it's just one position to another that they've kind of shifted into. 4 a.m.
Xiaolu doing some tricks there in the back.
That's he's just styling.
And right now the donuts.
Oh,
I don't
more
know.
styling.
Yeah, man. I don't. Oh god.
Got
it. Doing it again.
Landed it. Boom. Easy.
Oh, it doesn't stop.
The hits just keep coming.
All right, that's Americano going down to way less from 4 a.m. He will get LZ for his trouble before that happens, but right now, 4 a.m., they really want to take this compound in. USG Donuts are having a rough go of things right now as Americano will get flushed there by that Molly, and I'm trying to read on the map who it is exactly that's left. I see Shiva is only at 1H, and that's also Kane as well, and Xiaohai might have an angle on that in just a moment.
Yeah, they're trying to heal up, and Xiaohai is trying to figure out exactly where that was. Now, a little bit of cover fire from Kane here keeps Shiva safe-ish. Xiaohai still got stunned, so you gotta be real careful. Now they really know you're there, and he wants out. He knows the pressure's coming. Nice little maneuver here. That grenade is gonna be good.
Wow.
And the finish.
Yep, the nades just clean it up right there. Shave and Kane both going down. That's gonna be it for Donuts as 4 a.m. successfully takes this compound with really no losses, maybe just like one knock. Nicely played by them. In the meantime, Donawa with a 1-3 split, trying to gather some intel, but would not be surprised if Salute very quickly made his way back to his teammates because this is kind of a precarious position, man.
Yes.
This circle is quite small.
Salute's got to leave. He can't tunnel on these. He can't. And whoever's, I know who's calling plays. It's Soul. Soul needs to tell him to get the heck back, and it looks like he is. So, or at least he's making his way there. And that's what he should be doing. He needs to get back with his team. They need to fight as 4. Sia gets Lambu, and that's pretty easy money there. I think that was the person in the shack. The Freaks? Yeah, you could just kind of try to chill up underneath infantry, but this is dangerous.
Yeah, and it's also not in, so the question becomes, like, how are you going to get in on those kind of, like, step hills to the east side after this? Because, like, you see the spread that infantry has right now is really good, and they are certainly aware that the Freaks are here. You see Lin trying to line up a shot right now with a barrel. In the meantime, Tiamba kind of doing the same thing over here by V7. This is, again, largely out of the circle. And we have seen these fights become a little bit too entrenched in the past, and I mean, it's got to be on the back of the mind for a lot of these players, a lot of these teams that are really gunning for higher spots in the ranking and a higher prize payout.
Akkad is tunneled. He's going to get hit in the side. Volley Bear. This is what... The Freaks don't expect anybody to have, like, this kind of maneuver inside of them to, like, push on you, but you should, because now the Freaks' flanks are completely exposed. Volley Bear just takes Akkad out, and now they're sandwiched in between them. Meanwhile, Tiamba is trying to hold here against V7, but, you know, it's Jangu again. Getting just Jangu-ing people.
He's having a day, man. He's having a day as V7 successfully moves out of that compound and starts trading blows with Tiamba. Tong now trying to find an angle, but, oh, Jangu not quite able to connect and actually getting third party by Gray. Ooh, they're the kings of the 3P on Miramar, it feels like, man. They get so much damage done as Jangu will get knocked there by Xiao UDD. Rotation coming in, the spray by Tong, but not able to connect. Pudding now driving in as well. Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah.
That was...
out of the air.
Yeah.
You know, he shot him out of the vehicle in the air. 2-star, the only one left. 4v7, gonna launch with the mollies and the other things, but the mollies in return are gonna take him out. And Tiamba is going to win that fight, but they are going to lose 2 in the process. Here goes
Yeah.
4AM after winning that earlier fight with the Donuts.
Yeah, they're coming in on infantry now, and we talked about this in the past. They're still fighting the Freaks, and they're right at the edge. The only player that's in the circle right now for infantry is actually knocked, and 4AM, they sense this. They're pouncing on it. They really want to control this position.
Oh, yeah. 4AM, you know, can barricade infantry here. Use the blue to kind of soften them up. Wangzai trying to do something with this spray. It just gets absolutely clapped. Xiaohai puts him down, and you've got a couple members of infantry still looming. Lin did get res, but I don't know for how much longer here infantry can keep fighting. The grenades are great, right in the faces of them, and they're on almost no HP. I think this might be the end for infantry today as LZ's grenade hits. Lin alive, but very, very weak as he does get the heal off. I don't think this lasts any longer. Indeed, it does not.
No, that initial nade from 4AM, I don't know who threw it, but it was fantastic. It almost knocked both players right there for infantry. And like we said, that's what happens. A lot of these protracted battles on the outsides of the circle, they last just a little bit too long. And these Chinese teams, they are so good at sensing that opportunity, moving in and just cleaning up.
All right, Pero's got to make a fight happen here, State. But because they've already done damage to 17 on the other side of the road, it's a much easier fight than it would have been normally. Oh, got a headshot as they try to cross. That sucks. That sucks. That's going to do a lot of damage. Aches left is done. Show, he's got the shotgun as well.
Great defense here by 17 to start things out. Mill is fighting back. He will get Xiao Bei, and Show right now with the double barrel wants to make something happen. In the meantime, Jufu rolling in. That's going to be it for 17, and Jufu, they know that Pero has a lot of people knocked. Pero right now at the top of the leaderboard. Jufu at number 3. This is a critical fight. They do not want to give Pero any room to breathe.
Yeah, Ming had to let go of the res. He heard the footsteps, couldn't hold it down, doesn't matter. They are done. Ming actually lit Mill on fire there. I think he was maybe trying to finish his own team off before the other team got there. Or he maybe just got maybe the molly got shot out of his hand. Anyway, Tai Lu trying to push forward here onto Ghibli, and Ghibli is rather quickly getting torn asunder. There is not much left of them. In fact, they're gone, I think.
Yeah, 4AM also in a little bit of trouble right now. They're going for a 2-2 split, and New Happy on the north side, if they decide to push out of that compound, which is a little bit unlikely, could be in trouble. In the meantime, Xiaolu, this 2-2 split, it's proving dangerous. There's a lot of gunfire coming in on this position.
Oh, Ghibli still did have players left. I was wrong. Heaven was rezzing at her in the back. Okay, so Ghibli 2 up but out of the circle, and 4AM has them pretty well on lockdown, it looks like.
Oh, the run by!
There it is. Oh, what a shot there, but Soul gets caught out of the compound, and he's knocked. No one's here to help him.
Oh, no. Once again, Danawa spread a little bit too thin, and the Chinese teams pounce on the opportunity. 4AM, we didn't get a chance to see it on screen, but they rolled in. The 2-2 split ended, and they converged and took down Ghibli, and now they're going after Tai Lu.
Yeah, I mean, this is just mutually assured.
No,
never mind.
No, it's
4AM's
not.
just winning this. I take it back. 4AM just straight up winning this fight, and they make it look easy. There was one knock, but Danawa might have had an opportunity to third party this, but it was Soul out on his own. He gets knocked, and the rest of Danawa had to spend their time rezzing him and coming back to this fight. And now it's a full man. You know, it's going to be a full roster for 4AM that's going to be coming back at them.
Yeah, it just kills their tempo. I mean, sometimes that happens when you go for these wide spreads, as we see a lot of the Korean teams trying in these positions. And, I mean, Jufu, they got 4 men up right now looking at the leaderboard, 192. Every other team in the top 9 is out of this. You know, they're just licking their chops. They want to rack up kills.
Well, yeah, Jufu, you know, if they get shut down here, everybody else at the top is breathing a sigh of relief that they're not going to put up a big game and run away with maybe even first place if they win. And, you know, 4AM is allowed to get 4 men back up, so they are indeed living up to their name as New Happy stuck on the edge a bit. I don't know how much room they have over there. Haven't seen it from their position too well, but Maru is a full 4-man on the other side as well, so New Happy is kind of wedged in between 2 teams with not a lot of room to breathe.
Yeah, really not seeing too much elevation they can play with. Luckily for them, it seems like Maru is a little bit on the low ground, so they're not too exposed. The New Happy have to figure something out here as Jufu's also rolling in, but you see right here, I mean, they are on the low ground, but like Danawa's not coming out of their compound anytime soon, and Maru right now is content to sit in the northern side of the circle.
Yeah, no, I mean, Danawa has to kind of wait for a bit. Danawa, I don't mind if they go for third parties if they reach out, but you got to do it in force. Like, you can't, but at the same time, you do have a compound in the circle, so if you're going to sit on it, that's fine. I get it. 4 a.m., they're going to just push on a New Happy. They want to control this side of the circle themselves, and they just want to take the fight straight into them. As New Happy has already been a little bit beat up, but Ming Ming, he is nuts. You don't want to give this guy any opportunity, so immediately the grenades start flying at him. But with the angle of that hill, it's going to be really hard to land any on top of him.
Yeah, it's really tough angle to land these nades. We see these guys going blow for blow, and even Maru getting in on the action right now. That's ZP Yan going down, and New Happy, their position, we talked about it earlier, they're sandwiched between these two teams. Maru senses the fight happening, and 4 Angry Men and Maru both clean him up, but behind that, Jufu, like a shark, they smell the blood in the water, they're rotating in, they clean it up, and now Danawa rotating in on Jufu. It's just domino effect, man. All these teams hunting.
Yeah, look at the response, though, from Jufu. It's instantaneous. Danawa immediately suffers another knock here as 4 a.m. is trying to buy enough time. Danawa split out into a 2-2. 2 win at one fight, 2 win at the other. That's too much. You can't fight that much. There's too many players and teams out here. That grenade is pretty good. It almost finishes off 4 a.m. They're able to get the res, the follow-up, though. He's going to get 2 knocks from Helen.
Oh, man, we were worried about the 2-2 split, but Danawa's somehow making it work right now. I mean, Soul and Helen, they got to clutch this out against 4 a.m. You see this fantastic angle that Helen has. That's another knock. Helen now with 3 knocks on 4 a.m. Will he get the 4th? Xiaohai does get this. Soul. Helen, you got to clutch this out, man. Ooh. There it is. All right.
Woo. That's close. That's close for comfort there for Danawa. And they're able to just barely come through with it. So a huge play by Helen in the long run is going to take out 4 a.m. Jufu is going to clean up Maru. So now you've got a 4-on-4. Danawa versus Jufu, both at full health, both with good positions in the circle. And Jufu's going to try to overstack one side. Danawa with only 2 over here is going to need reinforcements from the other ones. Position given away. Jufu's going to push on it. Helen's not ready. He's shut down. Soul as well is gone. And now it is going to be a 2v4.
Soul is only on 1 HP. He never got the kid off right there. And Jufu, they just pounce on that position. And we've seen this time and time again. The Chinese teams just working as a unit. Danawa had that huge spread, and Jufu, they sense it. They go in, they clutch it out. Rex now almost got knocked by that nade, and man, Jufu just absolutely cleaning up, and this is what happens. The flank falls and the split. I mean, you're no longer covering each other, and just Salute's going to try and make it where he gets a nice shot there on Gray, but this is not the fight that you want to take as Danawa.
Well, okay, that's one, and that drastically changes the equation, and you have a lot of space to work with here if you're Salute in terms of just space between you and your opponent. The position isn't ideal. There isn't a ton of cover behind this rock. So, you know, you can see Salute's going to shoot a little bit and reposition because he knows the grenades are coming. He knows that they are close enough for that. And Salute hits a shot. He's going to take the opportunity here to throw some smokes and heal. The pressure is going to be coming from all sides, of course, for Jufu.
Yeah, Xiao Yu now coming in from the flank, as is Hong Hong with the nades. That's a lot of damage there on Salute, and if he has to kit, that is so much time, and you know...
Oh, no way.
Barely misses.
Hit him. Oh, my goodness. They knew.
Yeah, and this kit, he's surrendering so much territory. Jufu's just going to take this up, and he needs a miracle right now, and he might have one right there with that knock there on Hong Hong. It's now a 1v2.
That grenade hit. That grenade hit on the Xiaoyang, so he had to stop to heal. And now he's going to throw another one. If that's on the money.
God.
Oh, he almost got the knock. Xiaoyang was prone, so he didn't get the knock. Salute has an opportunity here. If that follow-up nade is good, and it is, he gets the knock. It's a 1v1.
Salute somehow bringing it back. It's now all up to him and Xiao Yu, but Xiao Yu with a great engagement there. He's going to get Salute down to half HP. Salute will pop the med kit. That is Hong Hong going down to the blood. It is 1v1 as we get the split screen here.
Well, Salute did lose the circle, but that doesn't really matter in this fight. This is all just going to come down to the shooting here. Now, Xiao Yu just backed the heck off and went for the high ground, and that's a great position to take here. It keeps Salute pinned, gives him the opportunity to just make it rain whenever Salute tries to leave this position. He's going to reposition. It's going to just take incredible shooting here from Salute. He gets the spot. He's going to have to hit the head and something else to finish this.
Yeah, he's going to need some fantastic shooting. The position right now for Xiao Yu is so good. Salute trying to make something happen, but you just see the angle that Xiao Yu has. There's only so many spots that Salute can peek from.
What a way to end the day.
Oh, man.
Oh, Salute. Again, he needs that heady in the follow-up, and it's just trying to pre-fire it to see if he can catch it. But Xiao Yu doing a really good job, keeping himself cagey, avoiding any kind of shooting. Now, Salute, if he's going to do this, has to be pretty careful, but I think he's okay. I think there's enough space that he's going to be able to get away with it indeed. Doesn't really take any damage, and now he's able to reposition towards the circle, and he's going to be at least in a little bit more.
Yeah, this is a much more advantageous position for Salute. Great job taking that rotation out. Very good awareness. He did see the top of the head there for xiaoyudd. These two players continuing to trade blows.
Oh, if Salute can win this, the collective tournament, but he gets headed.
And he's going to go for the frag.
Yep. And he knows the direction he's going. The grenade is just good enough, and xiaoyudd able to hang on for Jufu. A valiant effort from Salute. Oh boy.
Man,
that was close.
Salute almost made magic happen right there, the 1v4. Fantastic attempt there. 4 AM, they got a lot of kills. 16, you'll see that in a moment, but Jufu, the real story is with that 9-kill win, they are now in first place by 1 point. Jufu, Pero, and Tai Lu are in a dead heat right now going into the final day tomorrow.
Whew. What a way to finish the day. A great performance there by Salute, but not able to do it. And a great performance from Jufu coming through here. Again, finding really good timings on these third parties to just wipe other teams out, keep all 4 up, come into the late game, and instantly recognizing that Danawa is splitting a wide 2-2. I mean, they could tell by the shots. They knew where everybody was left in that phase 7, phase 6 circle, whatever it was, and they were just like, oh, well, there's 2 of you over here, there's 2 of you over here. We're just going to take 2 of you out first.
Yeah.
And then we'll change your... And they just dismantled Danawa. I mean, it's only close because Salute just went bananas there at the end.
Yeah, imagine if Salute had more covering fire, more teammates to back him up. I mean, Danawa, their eastern flank just absolutely crumbled under the full strength of Jufu. And Salute almost able to pull the rabbit out of the hat. Not quite, but man, what a fantastic showcase of his skill.
Yeah, no, I mean, he is a very talented young player, and I've loved watching him since the day he got in. He's always been good. Ever since the get-go, when Danawa kind of scouted him and brought him onto the team, he's been just incredible. A great foil to Seoul's dominance. Seoul is, of course, going to be on the PNC Korean roster, but Salute has been a kind of the Robin to Seoul's Batman.
Absolutely, and man, Jufu, coming out of nowhere, coming out of Champions League, in their first PCS, now in first place.
I told you if they were going to win this, they were going to go up to first.
Absolutely crazy.
I was looking at the leaderboard, and I was looking at their position, I was like,
it just kept
this.
I mean, they were like the only team out of the top 9 that was like still in it at like circle 5 or something, I want to say.
I knew I should have picked this team to win. When I was making my predictions for the PUBG Esports news, I was like, it's probably just going to be another like unknown like Chinese team like that just comes through and wins, or at least makes a run. But yeah, Jufu, man, Gray here doing a great job. I'm not, I missed it. I wasn't looking at my screen closely. If he shot that molly out of Mill's hands or what?
I don't think he did.
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly.
Did
what
Mill
the play
actually?
there was.
Maybe Mill just kind of got hit as he was throwing it, and it just kind of blew up in front of him.
It happened so fast, it's hard to say.
Yeah, anyway, yeah, I mean, the great end of the match here was great. Like you said, 4 AM was clapping people in that game.
16 kills.
It's insane.
16 kills is a lot, especially if you're not winning, because that means they got him like all the early kills, it felt like were pretty much 4 AMs,
Yeah, no, absolutely. What a performance. As we get ready to wrap up the day, we've got an interview coming with our top team, which is going to be Jufu.
Yeah, man.
Get to hear from Jufu for the first time.
First time ever. I can't wait to hear what they got to say. They got to be thrilled with this performance coming into PCS6 Asia. And now in the lead by 1 point. That's a big 19-point win for them, of course. 4 Angry Men happy with their 20 points. But Jufu, man, we're going into the final day tomorrow, and really anyone can take it. It's probably going to go down to the final map. I am so excited.
In the top 5 or 6.
Yeah, but I mean, like the top 3 especially, it's like less than 10 points between all of them. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really intense. That's exciting. I mean, tomorrow's going to be a really fun day, most likely. You never know. Every once in a while, one team just steps up and just runs away with it, but I don't think that's going to be the case. There's just been a really good back and forth throughout this entire event. And xiaoyudd is going to be your MVP, your player of the match. 3 kills, a third of the damage and the kills, basically. So a good team effort here for Jufu.
Yeah, man, that's a lot of damage. That's what happens when you're an excellent team playing on Miramar. You get a lot of shots in, a lot of kills.
True. Yeah, this is the map where you can rake in those damage numbers for your fantasy team and really, really get it going with those long-range shots. There's so much space to shoot on this map sometimes.
All right, here is the leaderboard, and just look at that dead heat in top 3, man. Jufu up at 205, passing Pero at 204, and Tai Lu, they've been leading for a very long time now at 3rd place at 201, and Tiamba Esports and Genji, they need big days tomorrow. I mean, Tiamba, like, they have a chance. It's only, what, 20 points?
That's
less
easy.
than that.
Oh, that's doable.
Yeah, that's absolutely doable. We've seen Tiamba have some great wins before in the past, but...
Yeah. I mean, in my opinion, anybody who's within 50, 60 points of this theoretically has a chance. But we'll get to that later, guys. Let's jump over to the interview here, see what Jufu has to say.
PCS6 아시아 데이5에 준비된 경기 모두 보냈습니다.
We have finished PCS6 Asia with the 5th day ending today. All the first, second, third place have changed throughout the last match here. And the first place of today is Jufu Xiaodidi. Congratulations on your win.
3위에서 마침내 데이5를 1위로 마무리하셨습니다. 상위권 싸움이 워낙 치열했기
You know, you guys finished from 3rd. Now you guys are 1st place right now. It's not easy to predict of all the fierce competition that's going on. How do you feel about it? You know, finishing out really well today.
非常激烈，那也很难预料你们今天这样子的结束。那你对这样子圆满的结束的感想如何？
很开心吧。然后明天最后一天，我希望能打好一点。
굉장히 기분이 매우 좋습니다. 그리고 내일의 경기를
First of all, we're very happy. And for tomorrow's match, we'll prepare and do our best for tomorrow.
1대1에서의 승리가 아니었다면 그 치킨이 아니었다면 아마
Without the last chicken, that last match, it would have been difficult to be first right now. You're on first place just by a point difference between Pero. Could we ask about that situation against Danawa's Salute? Did you predict about where Salute was going to move in that zone? Did you know what his position was? Because he was moving. What were some of the situations that you guys thought of in that situation?
你今天跟达拉瓦打1对1的时候丢了手榴弹，这是理想然后有预算的吗？
没有，是丢雷的时候看见他往左边有个黑影跑过去了。
저희는 예상을 안 했는데 그냥 섀도우를 봐가지고 그렇게 던졌습니다.
We weren't able to predict where he was exactly, but we were able to see his shadow, and that's how we were able to throw that nade.
결국 1위로 데이5를 마무리할 수 있게
Because of that phenomenal nade, you were able to finish first. We would like to talk about your PCS status throughout the days. You've never fallen below 4th place in PCS6 Asia. You know, what's the driving force behind all the games without the downs? You know, you guys have always been up here, being competitive with all the other teams.
我们的打法比较偏稳健吧，因为每天都稳健的有30-40分左右。我觉得这样保持下去，最后一天爆发的话是很有机会的。
우리는 일단 기복 없이 매일 한 30-40점 평균으로 받는 게 일단 저희.
First of all, our goal is to accumulate 30 to 40 points a day, and because of that reason, we were able to stay in first place in the top 4 throughout the days.
매치에서 패트리코 로드를 빠르게 밀어내는 모습도 그렇고
You know, your fight against Pero and just dominating them.
낼 수 있지 않을까 하는 생각이 드는데요. 하지만 안심하기는
You know, you guys are very still tight points with Pero and the other teams, the top 4 teams. You know, there's Pero, Tai Lu, Tiamba right behind you. Which of those teams do you think, you know, do you predict to be the most difficult to compete with? You know, they're also great teams. They're all right behind you.
你觉得最觉得有危机的队是哪一个队？
跳柔吧，这今天还有昨天他们爆发很强，追了很多分。
일단 페로가 어제부터.
I think first of all, Pero was able to stack up a lot of points from yesterday, so they're definitely a big competition to us.
아시아와 PCS5에서 우승을 했던 굉장히 경험이 많고 노련한 팀인 반면
Pero is a very phenomenal team. They've won PCS 4 and 5, but it's your first time, Zufu, in your PCS6 Asia. It's your first time being here. Are you, how do you feel about that? How do you predict to do for tomorrow's matches and so on?
打得更好的话，可以得到冠军，那可以讲一下，听一下你的感想吗？
明天还没打完呢，应该还没有感想。
일단 내일의 경기를 아직 하지 않아가지고.
Since we haven't performed tomorrow's matches yet, there's nothing that I can share right now, but we'll try our best for tomorrow.
폭발력 어떨지 굉장히 기대되는데요. 끝으로 응원해주신 팬들에게도 샤오디디 선수가 한 말씀 감사합니다.
Would you like to leave any messages to your fans? One last word or anything to their fans?
谢谢，就是大家伙的支持，我们会越打越好的。
저희 팬분들이 저희를 응원해줘서 너무 감사하고.
Thanks for all the fans for rooting for us, and we'll try our best. For the rest of the games.
내일 경기를 통해서 이 팬들의 응원에 보답할 수 있을지 우승할 수 있을지도 지켜보도록 하겠습니다.
We'll see how Zufu will perform tomorrow. Thank you for the interview, and congratulations on your first place today.
All right, well, that is the interview there with Jufu. Kind of cool to hear from them for the first time, and I'm sure the confidence has to just be absolutely just insanely high for them coming into an event like this and playing this highly, taking Pero down. Well, not take him down, but they're a point ahead.
Yeah,
good.
Man. I actually didn't realize. I knew that they were being consistent, but they've been top 4 every single day. That is something else, especially like for this being their international debut. It's so impressive.
It is. I mean, they look like a, just a veteran kind of team that's been doing it for a long time in China. They play with a very similar kind of style. But, hey, that's going to do it for us today, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Tomorrow's the finals. You don't want to miss it. We'll be back for the last day of PCS6 Asia tomorrow. We'll see you then.
I'm about to take off, yeah believe it, I cannot be stopped, no, I cannot be stopped, no, I cannot be stopped, no, I cannot be stopped, no. Get off on my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated. I can take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone to see me sweating, bleeding. I'm about to take off, yeah believe it. I cannot be stopped, no. 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 I cannot be stopped. I'm like a dog, I do the most to get off on my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I can take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone to see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, yeah believe it. I cannot be stopped, no. I cannot be stopped, no. I cannot be stopped, no.